Good morning to one and all present here. Most respected Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, IFS, Sri George Kulangara, the Managing Director of Labour India Group for Educational Institutions, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, esteemed delegates, respected teachers and distinguished guests, dear students. It's my absolute honor to welcome you to the 9th edition of United Nations Replica here at Labour India Gurukulam Public School, Marangatapalli. We are privileged to have amidst us a stellar panel of dignitaries who inspire and guide us with their vision and leadership. Let me extend a warm welcome to the guest of honor, Sri George Kulangara, the founder chairman of Labour India Educational Institutions. We are equally honored to have our chief mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, former Indian ambassador and a guiding force behind this event since its inception in 2016. Joining us today is Sri George Kulangara, the Managing Director of Labour India Group of Educational Institutions, whose exceptional leadership has been pivotal in realizing the dream project of our mentor T.P. Srinivasan sir into a reality. Let us also recognize the invaluable contributions of Ms. Suja K. George, the Principal of Labour India Public School, Ms. Tinu Rajesh, the Resident Director, and Dr. Anita Andrew, the Resident Principal, who have collectively worked tirelessly to make this event a reality. A special mention goes to our mentor, Ms. Rosemary, for her support and guidance. To all our esteemed guests and judges, we are truly grateful for your presence. Let's all join in giving them a warm round of applause. Today, we celebrate the spirit of diplomacy, negotiation, and global citizenship as our student delegates represent 193 nations. This event is not just a competition, it's a platform for learning, sharing ideas, and fostering peace. Now, let's move forward into the inaugural session with a silent prayer. All are requested to stand up. Thank you, everyone.
To deliver the welcome address, I take immense pleasure in inviting Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, Managing Director of Labour India Educational Institutions, a visionary leader and a driving force behind this event. His passion and dedication have made this dream a reality. Please join me in welcoming Sri Rajesh George Kulangara to the stage.
Respected delegates of UN Replica 2024, President of this event, Sri George Kulangara, Founder Chairman, Labour India, Chief Mentor of UN Replica, Ambassador Srinivasan sir, respected teachers, mentors, delegates, and all the dignitaries gathered here. On this auspicious occasion, it's pride and privilege to stand before you again in 2024 when the world is facing two critical fights of existence, and we are discussing those two challenges that is in front of humanity today. We have not ignored the other challenges, but it is very relevant that we start there with the most important challenge that we have to discuss, debate, and try to resolve. We are all students, we are all learners, we all gather information from news and all the sources that we have, and we listen to all the news. We become passive participants of what is happening across the globe, whether it is TV channels, whether it is newspapers, or it is radio. how to train the next generation of humanity to be actively participating, debating, and engaging in the issues that matter you the most. You are the future of humanity. Next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, these small faces that I see today will grow up and become world leaders, national leaders. You will be sitting in UN deciding the fate of the world. If we don't start early, how do we do it? What is the responsibility of a teacher? What is the responsibility of a parent if we don't expose you to the reality of the world? If we don't train you, groom you into these hard realities of the world that we live? It is very relevant that we also have to mug up, we have to rote-learn a lot of those theories and principles in our textbooks every day. We have to get good marks to get into good colleges and universities. We also have to pass the board exams. We also have to pass the university exams. What next? Then you will get out of this hatchery, you will get out of this incubator where you are given lot of heat and support. But when you get out to that real world after your exams, what will be your chance of success? There is an existential reality that we all see. We can see with our experience, with our interactions with the real world. And when we are here, like our mentor, Ambassador Srinivasan, with his vast knowledge of dealing with international relations and diplomatic issues, he's here today as a teacher in a college, in a school, with young learners, and with the kind of knowledge he has amassed over his years, he's sharing it with you. This is the opportunity that you are getting. This is the opportunity that we are giving. In these 3 days, you believe that nothing can happen to this world in these 3 days. But I would like to restate, it takes a second. It takes just a second to spark and inspire a human being that can change this world. And we are trying to see if we can inspire that one person today or maybe tomorrow. We have seen a lot of our delegates getting inspired in the last 9 years. You will get to interact with them. Maybe some of you have already interacted. UN Replica is not a program in itself. UN Replica is a movement in education reformation. What real education should be. How do we expose students to the harsh realities of the world, and how do we groom and train them to face it and be part of it? How do you do your interventions? How do you actively engage rather than being a passive observer and passive listener? You might have heard of the story of Elon Musk jumping into politics. Elon Musk actively supporting Donald Trump. I'll end my speech with just one story. Have you ever thought of being an Elon Musk yourself? Have you ever studied the story of Elon Musk? Who is Elon Musk? He's just a small child who was born in South Africa. He went to a typical school like you went, and he studied in a normal university. But what happened with Elon Musk? He was an avid reader. He went to library. He read all the books that he could get. He was bullied in the class because of his, why we get bullied. We are not showing off. You are not very smart. You get bullied in your class. He was bullied in the class also. He was ragged. But end of it all, only one thing he did was he got to read all the books that was in the library and understood the world better. And there is a quote that I like. All his friends were afraid of darkness, and alone was not afraid of darkness. And people asked him why, his friends asked him, why you are not afraid of darkness? He said like, there is nothing called darkness, it's just the absence of light. He understood the bare principles, the foundational principles of how this world works, how the universe works, the basics of science. After graduating, after post-graduating, after doing PhD, most of us teachers, we don't understand this. We think that philosophy and principle is to be in the textbook and it is to be taught in the classrooms, not applied in real world. That's a mistake we did, our generation did. So we don't want you to do that mistake again. Please, when you read a book, you understand the spirit and point. If you can't connect it back to your real life, into the world that you are going to live in, think of a world in 2030s and 2040s and 2050s. We may not be there to see that world, but you are going to live that world. I'm not just saying 2050s, until 2000s, you are going to see the next century. So keep that long vision, that huge picture in your mind. If you don't see the trends from the past, you will not be able to predict the future. Look at the present through the lens of the past and foresee the future. That is one reason why we are here and we are spending 2 days contemplating and discussing and debating the real present day world. It is not to just understand what is happening around the world, but for you to develop a framework like Elon Musk did. He invested in a company which was not known to anyone else, called Tesla, which was an electric car company. Nobody believed in him. He borrowed money, he sold his house and invested in Tesla. And Tesla changed the way we emit carbon. He did something for climate change. Then he invested in SpaceX. Now they're trying to bring back Sunita Williams. When NASA failed, he's trying it. One person. And there is Neuralink, which is going to be the future, where the brain-computer interface is going to decide and dictate how we interact with supercomputer and AI, because the only hindrance that we have today is the keyboard and the mouse. We cannot express to the computer, to the AI, at the speed at which we are thinking. That is blocking us to get the exact speed of AI and supercomputers and quantum computing. So when we invent an interface between our brain and the supercomputer, it's going to augment humanity to the next level. This is all the reality that we see today. I'm not saying this is science fiction, this is happening today. So you are here discussing geopolitics, but see geopolitics from the AI view, from the Neuralink view, from the Elon Musk view, from the Starship view. You are not just global citizens. I would like to call you the universal citizens. Space is not plan B. Space is plan A. That's why ISRO and all these companies are investing in space. So think beyond, think future. That's why Event Replica. And we are happy to welcome each of you to Event Replica 2024. And it would not have happened because of these two visionaries sitting in front of you. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the visionary founder of Labor India, the Guru, my father, Sri George Kulangara, to this auspicious occasion. The heart and soul of Event Replica, our mentor, our Guru, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir. When we proposed an idea to start a small activity, he said, don't make it small. Let's think outside the box. I've been in UN for more than a decade and I know what exactly is happening. And I'm an educationist. I'm a passionate teacher. So I know what the students should need. And I know exactly how it should be crafted. And that's what he did. And we were happy to be part of that journey. And I'm so proud that I learned so much. We did UN replicas pan-India, from Punjab to Chennai to Trivandrum and back in Marangathavalli. This is global vision, local execution. I was just saying that we are in Marangathavalli, not in Manhattan, but he was saying it looks like New York and General Assembly. I know we have to inspire ourselves, and this is the man who we look forward for inspiration into our future of the world. And welcome you, Srinivasan sir, for your gracious presence and mentoring. I request each one of you to personally meet and speak to him and get your mentoring done during these 2 days. And next, the Iron Lady of Labour India, who is getting things done in Labour India, none other than our senior principal, Srimati Suja K. George. She is able to coordinate the team. She is able to get things done. We conducted the Sahodaya Youth Festival again after 2 years. Nobody takes that risk. And she stood there. Somebody called her Jhansi Rani during that event. And I take this opportunity to thank her for her gracious presence, support, attitude, and coordination. And we look forward to more event replicas and more youth festivals and more Gurukulam on roads with your leadership. Welcome you, Suja Madam. Next, I would like to welcome our dear principal, Babu sir, who is molding the future teachers. The Labour India College of Teacher Education, the Teachers College. He is the leader, and we all have the teachers and the teacher students from Labour India College attending this. So I take this opportunity to welcome Babu sir and his team of future teachers. I welcome Srimati Tinu Rajesh, Resident Director, and the person who is leading the team from behind, the team of Labour India faculties and the team of Labour India Gurukulam faculties. I take this opportunity to welcome Tinu Rajesh. I welcome Dr. Anita Andrews, the spirit and inspiring leader that we have for Gurukulam, the family of Gurukulam that makes this event possible. The strength of Labour India group of institutions is the Gurukulam family, and she is the head of Labour India Gurukulam family. Welcome our resident principal, Anita Andrews, to this function. I also take this opportunity to welcome each and every teacher of Labour India Public School and Labour India Gurukulam and all the student councillors who's been doing wonderful work organizing events, and especially I take this opportunity to welcome our dear prodigy of UN Replica, the first Secretary General of UN Replica, Rosemary Jose, who is leading the training and leading the UN Replica along with the teachers of Labour India School and Labour India Gurukulam. Welcome you all. Finally, I take this opportunity to welcome each and every delegate of UN Replica 2024, especially the delegates who have come from far and who have come from near. Each one of you will make this event a success. Your contribution, your participation, your interaction, and your debating skills will prove worthy in this UN Replica 24. Welcome each one of you. Thank you for your participation. Looking forward to a wonderful UN Replica 2024. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for that heartfelt welcome address. Next, it is my privilege to invite Sri George Kulangara, Chairman of Labour India Group, to deliver the presidential address. A visionary entrepreneur, environmentalist, author, and social enabler, Sri George Kulangara sir has always guided and supported initiatives that shape global learners. With great pride, I invite him to share his words of wisdom with us.
എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ വിനീതമായ നമസ്കാരം. ശ്വാസം അടക്കിപ്പിടിച്ചാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ഇരിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം. ശ്വാസമൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് വിട്ട് മുഖത്തൊരു പുഞ്ചിരിയോടുകൂടി നല്ല ധൈര്യത്തോടു കൂടി എല്ലാവരും ഇരിക്കുന്നത് കാണുമ്പോൾ വലിയ സന്തോഷമാണ്. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ നിങ്ങൾ UN റിപ്ലിക്ക UN അസംബ്ലി തന്നെ ഇതിനെ നയിക്കുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ആരാധ്യനായ ശ്രീനിവാസൻ സാറാണ്. ഇതിൻ്റെ മുഴുവൻ പിതൃത്വം അവകാശപ്പെടാൻ സാറിന് സാധിക്കും. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ശ്രീ രാജേഷ് ജോർജ് കുളങ്ങര, ആക്ച്വലി ഹീ ഈസ് എ വിഷണറി. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പലപ്പോഴും ചിന്തിക്കാറുണ്ട്, എന്നെ കഴിഞ്ഞ് എത്രയോ ഉയരത്തിലാണ് ശ്രീ രാജേഷ് ജോർജ് കുളങ്ങര എന്ന്. കാരണം ഐ ആം ഓൺലി എ ലോക്കൽ, ബട്ട് യു ആർ ഗ്ലോബൽ. ദാറ്റ്സ് എ ഡിഫറൻസ് ബിറ്റ്വീൻ us. So I am telling, be locally and act globally. You are sitting in a local place called Marangatuvali, but sitting here, you are acting globally because you are going to solve the problems of the world. You are discussing, you will discuss, and you will find out solutions. Russia-Ukraine war, Palestine-Israel war. Another very serious issue is the pollution, air pollution of Delhi. It's a universal phenomenon. When I am watching Al Jazeera TV channel and a BBC channel, how this is projected all over the world. But some of us won't feel that it is so serious. ഇത്തരം വളരെ ഗൗരവമായ വിഷയങ്ങൾ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ആഫ്രിക്കൻ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ, ടേക്ക് ദ കേസ് ഓഫ് മെനി ആഫ്രിക്കൻ കൺട്രീസ്, എന്താണ് അവിടുത്തെ പ്രശ്നം? ഭക്ഷ്യക്ഷാമം, ദാരിദ്ര്യം, ദുരിതം, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം ലഭിക്കാത്ത കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ, എന്തെല്ലാം ഇഷ്യൂസാണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മളൊരു ഗ്ലോബൽ വിഷനിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും സെൽഫോണുണ്ട്. സെൽഫോണിൽ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ലോകം മുഴുവൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ സെൽഫോണിലുണ്ട്. I am a very poor man to look in this cell phone, and I don't know how to operate this cell phone. That's why I am watching this Al Jazeera TV channel and BBC, CNN, etc. to get global issues. Today, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, here you are discussing global issues and you are trying to find out the solutions for the global issues. So I wish you the best. At the same time, we have to address the food shortage, the food security of the world. In many undeveloped and underdeveloping countries, even in India, we are facing the issue of food security, food shortage. Many of Indians are not getting balanced diet. Our Indian children are not getting balanced diet. These are so issues, and these already have found out even different committees. Let it be so. I once again congratulate Sujama, and she is the captain, and not only last Sagodhiya Youth Visual, I announced that she is the Jhansi Rani of Marangatuvali. Yeah, എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് കൊട്ടിയേര്. Okay. And she can Once upon a time, when she was a very small girl, she was like somewhat a scrap something. When opportunity comes, she will step back 1 or 2 steps. At present, she said, how powerful. It's an example for you. You can lead the world. One day you can lead the world. First you lead your home, you lead your locality, you lead your panchayat, then lead a state, national and global ways. Another important person is Tinu Rajesh. She is called Suja, took the name of Jansi, and Tinu is another, the heroine of Labour India. She knows everything. Her presence, wherever you need her presence, she will provide her presence. And Babu sir, Kochangunne, Dr. Babu sir, he is my very old friend. Old is gold. More than 30 years back. And we were closely associated with so many associations and CBC schools, etc., etc. He is a mastermind of our teachers training college. He is an engineer and he is framing the youth for our nation, for our world. Because very efficient teachers and this B.Ed college stands first in MG University in many areas. My congratulations. And vice principals. And you participants, delegates from one delegate from Switzerland, another from Cameroon, Thailand. Thailand is absent, I think so. So flight is delayed, I think so, from Thailand, I think so. Yeah, never mind. Next flight, Thailand will come. Eh? Oh, you are here. Hannah and Harold, Hazel. Oh, this you are here. Okay. I am very old, that is why I cannot see many of you. My special congratulations. And Rosemary is there. Where is Rosemary? Rosemary, where is? Okay, never mind. She is so busy. Oh, you are standing. And she is trying for her research. She is going to finish her research. And wish you the best luck. And she is a product of Labour India at the same time. They were a college. And many are, Harold, he is here. And many are here to address you. I address you all in a single word. Because you are the future of the world. You are the future leaders of the world. Not only the future leaders of the world, but also you are the leaders of our nation, leaders of our state, leaders of our even local panchayat. Because we can contribute a lot. So think seriously. You widen your mind. Be courageous. And once again, I congratulate you all. If I miss anybody else, please forgive me. I mentioned everybody. You actively participate in these UN activities. That means which will provide you confidence, courage, and everything. And vision. Finally, you will be visionaries. And you will be entrepreneurs. We need entrepreneurs. Our nation needs entrepreneurs. Our world needs entrepreneurs. And when you are involving all these activities, actually, that ownership is born in your mind. And that will lead to the very leaders and powerful persons in the life. I once again congratulate you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our Guru, our dearest George sir, for your words of encouragement and inspiration. Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan is a distinguished Indian diplomat, author, and strategic affairs expert. He needs no introduction to us. With a storied career spanning over 3 decades, he has served as India's ambassador to the United Nations, Vienna, Mexico, and as the permanent representative of India at the International Atomic Energy Agency. His distinguished service has earned him numerous accolades. In post-retirement, Srinivasan sir has remained active in strategic affairs, authoring books, contributing to discourses in international relations, and enlightening young minds to the possibilities of a career in international relations. His authorial and oratorial skills continue to ignite minds and provide a catalytic presence that encourage ideas to form and grow, as well as evolve. His extensive experience of 2 decades in the UN is the foundation of the event UN Replica, and in recreating UN and its 2 main bodies, the General Assembly and the Security Council, here on the other side of the globe. We are all grateful for your patient mentoring, and we are deeply honored to have this opportunity to closely interact with you and garner your nuanced takes on policies of international relations. And I now request you, dear sir, to inaugurate Labour India UN Replica 2024, its 9th edition, by delivering the inaugural address.
The president of this inaugural session, our chief guru of Gurukul, which is known as Labour India, his son, Rajesh, who has bloomed into a very successful educational entrepreneur, very distinguished ladies who are becoming more and more beautiful as I grow more and more old, and the very sprightly and smart-looking distinguished delegates. I normally invite one of my colleagues in the United Nations to inaugurate these sessions. And in fact, I had invited a good friend of mine, Ambassador Vishwanathan, who had agreed to come. But unfortunately, it had to change at the last minute. And therefore, I am putting on another hat of the inaugurator. But I have already spoken to you for nearly 2 hours in the morning. And also I'll be speaking more and more. And therefore, I'll confine my introductory remarks to a few thoughts about the United Nations, which is completing 80 years together with me. My birthday and the United Nations birthday are very close to each other. And I have spent at least 20 years of my precious life in the various halls of the United Nations. And it is therefore nostalgic for me to do anything with the United Nations. And originally 9 years ago, when Mr. Kulangara asked me to do a model United Nations, I said, we'll create a new kind of model United Nations. And he gave me a free hand, and that is what we see today here. You cannot see a model United Nations like this anywhere in the world unless it is created by us. We have done it in many places, and now this little town or little village has been identified with the growth and understanding of the United Nations. That's a major achievement in the last 9 years, and you should be proud of it. In these 80 years, we have seen successes, failures, and disasters in the United Nations. the United Nations has witnessed many conflicts. Some of them were able to resolve, others they were not able to resolve. You know that the United Nations was created to choose the words of the UN Charter to rid the future generations of the world of the scourge of war. That was the declaration they made. To rid the future generations of this world, the threat, the scourge of war. That is to eliminate war from the face of the earth. But sadly, there have been 800 wars in the last 80 years. You may think that it is a distressful record, 10 wars a year. But if you think of hundreds of wars it prevented, you will know that what the United Nations has achieved is really remarkable. The UNESCO, which is part of the United Nations, declared the war is made in the minds of men. I suppose we should take women also along. The war is made in the minds of men. How true it is. No institution can completely change mankind. No institutions can create or change the personality of individuals. But if you are able to keep their mind engaged in the prevention of war, it can happen, and it has happened. But at the age of 80, United Nations is facing a crisis today. Two major wars are raging. Even today, as we sit in this hall, thousands of people being killed, destroyed. Society has been destroyed. People have been put as hostages for years, and children killed. In the Palestine war again, more than 50,000 people have been recorded as dead as a result of this war. Without any purpose, without any end, without any understanding. But in spite of all that, we should be grateful that we have an organization like the United Nations. I often say that is our only hope, because this is the only organization in the whole world which is open to every country. In fact, every country is a member of the United Nations, big or small. Countries go to the United Nations for various purposes. The big powers, the permanent five, go to the United Nations to stress their importance, show they are the leaders of the world, dictate to us what we should be doing. But the large majority of the developing countries go to the United Nations to assert their own rights, their human rights, their political rights, their economic rights. And every little country sees in the United Nations membership the assertion of their sovereignty. In a way, you can say that when you assert your sovereignty, it cannot be a United Nations. You need to surrender some of your sovereignty to become a world government. But that is not the point of the United Nations. We are a United Nations, but at the same time, the interest of every country is taken into account. The smallest country called Tuvalu, I was Indian High Commissioner to that little country. There are only 5,000 people on the island. Whenever I went to the airport, all the people of Tuvalu used to come to the airport. Such a small nation is a member of the United Nations today. Why are they there? They have nothing to gain materially. But for the representative of Tuvalu to stand up and say that my nation stands for peace, it means a lot to the world. So we all go to the United Nations for various purposes. The famous story of India going to the United Nations to resolve the Kashmir problem. Many, many years ago, the Kashmir problem has not been solved. Many other issues have been brought to the United Nations, but it has not been able to solve them eventually because we respect the rights of individual countries. So as I mentioned to you in the morning today, the idea is to converge. There are so many differences among us, but if we are able to reach consensus even on one issue, it's a matter of great pride. And India has given its full commitment to the United Nations. We joined as a member of the United Nations even before we became independent. And we have stood by the United Nations, regardless of the fact that our complaint about Kashmir has not been resolved. Pakistan is still holding Indian territory. China is holding Indian territory. Unacceptable. But there it is, the reality. Because United Nations is a group of countries with different dreams and different aspirations, and all that has to be met. So in its own way, it has changed the world. But unfortunately, it has not met with this real objective. And that is the crisis we have in front of us. So as young thinkers, political, economic, social thinkers, you have to constantly think in terms of how this world should be brought together. And that is the very purpose that we started this exercise. And in the last 9 years I have seen, I don't have to tell you very much. You already know what we are here for. And therefore I feel that this institution, that is the institution that has been set up here, has made a tremendous contribution to world peace. So the wars are there, conflicts are there, it's difficult to resolve problems. But we must maintain our hope. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru worked for several years in the United Nations to bring about peace. In fact, he took the Kashmir issue to the United Nations not because he would not have been able to defeat Pakistan, but because as a lover of peace, he did not want to be the first Indian Prime Minister to wage a war. That is the reason why he went there. So there are many factors in that. But we have stood by the United Nations in every situation, made our points clear, we have made sacrifices, at the same time we have built this organization. And therefore India has a responsibility to see that we grow with this organization, because as I said, it is the only hope for mankind. So I'm very happy to be here again. I call it a pilgrimage. Every year I must come and spend 2 years in Marangatapalli, not only to enjoy the hospitality of our friends here, but also to imbibe the spirit of universality. The thought that so many young people are willing to spend their 2 days here, properly booted and suited, itself is a commitment. And so I congratulate all of you. I'm sure you will one day become the leaders of this world, and you will remember that I had told you to be hopeful. Be hopeful, be optimistic. I'm very happy to inaugurate this session on behalf of all of you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir, for your critical and candid remarks on the current state of UN. We are also grateful for your continued support and warm, patient mentorship over the years. This marks the close of our inaugural session. We will be moving on to the formal session of General Assembly, and I now request our mentor, Sri T.P. Srinivasan, to offer the initial remarks.
I try not to intervene once the session starts, because you know what to do. But just to wish you all the best. You know all the rules, you will follow them, and myself and others will be here to advise you. But you are running the show. So we are going to have a formal meeting of the General Assembly where we'll discuss the situation in Gaza, in Palestine. As you may have noticed, if you read the topic, you will wonder why such a long topic. That is because many countries have worked on it. If you just write, say, Palestine problem, Israel will say, why it's only a Palestine problem. Then somebody else will say, why is this word is not there? So it is a very long title. We did not create it was created in the UN to reflect views even before you start the discussion. So you must be aware of that, and you must reflect the point of view of your own country, not your country in real life, but in the country. As I always tell you, it's a play acting. Fully become a Pakistani delegate or a Cameroon delegate or a Thailand delegate and live up to it. That is your challenge. So please start. Is the President already there? Okay, Mr. President, I hand you over the microphone.
The agenda item considered by this assembly will be international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. With that in mind, I have speakers. The first 5 speakers on the list would be the Republic of Tunisia, Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, Republic of Togo, Trinidad and Tobago, Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. With that in mind, I now request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Tunisia to make the statement.
President, with your permission. Delegates of the mentioned 5 nations are requested to come forward and take your seats on either sides of the stage so that it will be easier for you to reach the podium when their name is called out. Can you please repeat the names of the countries once again?
It's the first 5 speakers are the Republic of Tunisia, followed by the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, followed by the Republic of Togo, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Tunisia stands for the unwavering in its solidarity with the Palestinian people and calls for the urgent international action to address ongoing humanitarian crisis. Across Palestine, families are deprived of basic necessities including food, medical care and shelter. Sustainable peace in Palestine requires a collective commitment to justice and international law. Tunisia reaffirms its support to justice and for a 2-state solution achieved through dialogue and mutual respect. We call on the international community to intensify the cooperation, strengthen multilateral efforts, and support long-term development in Palestine. Together, we can transform suffering into hope and build a future founded on peace. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Tunisia. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, we the distinguished delegate of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste aligns itself with the statement of the Indonesian delegation on the behalf of the non-aligned movement groups, emphasizing the need for international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis in Palestine. As a nation that has experienced its own share of struggle for independence and self-determination, Timor-Leste strongly supports the establishment of an independent state. We believe that a people-centered approach grounded in international human rights laws and standards is essential in achieving sustainable peace and development. Timor-Leste is committed in implementing the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and we recognize the importance of addressing the root cause of conflict such as poverty, inequality and climate change. In conclusion, Timor-Leste reaffirms its commitment to international cooperation and its support to the United Nations efforts to address global challenges. We look forward working with all member states to promote peace, stability and prosperity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I now request the distinguished delegate of Trinidad and Tobago to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the urgent need for both humanitarian aid and sustainable peace in Palestine. The humanitarian crisis demands immediate, impartial assistance to those affected with full access to vital resources. We call for increased international cooperation to ensure that aid reaches the people without delay. At the same time, we emphasize the importance of long-term peace-building efforts. A just and lasting peace in Palestine can only be achieved through meaningful dialogue, respect for human rights, and commitment to international law. Trinidad and Tobago urges all nations to renew their efforts in facilitating negotiations and supporting initiatives that lead to peaceful, secure, and prosperous future for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Trinidad and Tobago. Now I request the next 5 speakers: People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Republic of France, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to please occupy the seats in the front. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, today we, Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, stand united in our commitment to address the pressing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and to promote sustainable peace in the region. The ongoing conflict has resulted in immense suffering, displacing families and crippling communities. It is our collective responsibility to respond with immense and resolve. International cooperation is essential in providing humanitarian aid, ensuring access to basic needs such as food, clean water, and medical care. We must mobilize resources and coordinate efforts to support those affected by the crisis. Organizations and nations must work together, transcending borders, to deliver assistance where it is most needed. Moreover, sustainable peace can only be achieved through dialogues and understanding. We must prioritize diplomatic efforts, fostering an environment where all voices are heard and where solutions respect the rights and aspirations of both Palestine and Israel. Let us commit to an unfilled approach that addressing immediate needs while laying the groundwork for lasting peace. Together we can build a future where every individual in Palestine lives in dignity and security. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Togo to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests, Togo reaffirms the commitment towards international cooperation in addressing global challenges regarding the humanitarian crisis in Palestine state. We emphasize the need for the peaceful resolution, respecting the rights and dignities of all parties involved. As a nation that values peace and stability, Togo supports the establishment of independent, sovereign and contiguous Palestine state based on the pre-1967 borders with Eastern Jerusalem as its capital. We believe that people-based approach on grounded in international human rights and laws and standard values is essential to achieve the peace and development. In promoting the peace and stability, Togo highlights the importance of addressing root causes of conflict such as poverty, inequality, and climate changes. We support that the United Nations Peace promoting peace and stability and all prosperity for all. In conclusion, Togo reforms the commitment towards international cooperation for United Nations efforts addressing the global challenges we are looking for to work for all member states and promoting peace and stability for all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Togo. I now request the distinguished delegate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria to make the statement.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable President, distinguished delegates of the General Assembly. We, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, stands in disgust that we have let the Israel-Palestine conflict continue for such a long duration. This conflict, as well as the Russian-Ukraine conflict, is a failure on our part as peacekeepers of the world. The Algerian Republic condemns and will continue to condemn all sorts of violence against innocent civilians. Israel has cut off the basic human needs of the Palestinians in forms of hospital and shelter attacks and by the hindering of UN RWF field operations. Israel has caused the death of 339 UN RWF field operators. Mr. President, we stand fully committed to a ceasefire and complete evacuation of civilians as well as unhindered humanitarian aid to the people. We, as the United Nations, should not tolerate any violations in the Charter, and therefore we call for the invokement of Chapter 2, Article 6 of the Charter for the expulsion of Israel from the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of France to make the statement.
We, as a delegate of France, would like to congratulate the delegate of Cameroon for appointment as the president, our president and distinguished delegates. Today, I stand before you to speak over a matter that weighs heavily in our hearts, the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. This is not just a political issue, it is a human issue. As we gather here, let us remember the words of the great French writer Victor Hugo, who said, "There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come." The time for international cooperation is now. We must come together, not just as representatives of our nations, but as human beings who care for one another. Mr. President, the dire situation in Palestine demands immediate ceasefire. We cannot turn a blind eye to the sufferings of the countless individuals when we have the power to make a difference. By working together, we can promote humanitarian aid and healthcare. Above all, we can foster dialogue and friendship. Peace is not just the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice and opportunity. Let us not forget that peace is a journey, not a destination. It requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen. We must engage with both parties, both Palestinians and Israelis, understanding their needs and aspirations. Only then can we create sustainable peace. Let us be the voice of the voiceless, the hope of the hopeless, and the architects of new reality, where children of Palestine can grow up in peace and security, where families can live without fear, and where the dream of a just and equitable two-state solution is realized. This time is for action. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of France. I now request the distinguished delegate of the United Arab Emirates to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We, the delegates of the UAE, extend our heartfelt congratulations to the distinguished delegate of Cameroon on their appointment as president. Honorable President and esteemed delegates, the UAE draws inspiration from the enduring wisdom of our founding father, Sheikh Zayed, who emphasized the need to respond to human suffering. Today, the Palestinian people face a humanitarian crisis of immense scale, marked by displacement, despair, and a loss of hope. A just and lasting solution lies in the two-state reality that respects the legitimate aspirations of both Palestinians and the people of Israel. To achieve this, we must mobilize international cooperation, prioritize humanitarian aid, and empower Palestinian communities. Meaningful dialogue, grounded in empathy and understanding, remains the cornerstone of peace. We urge all nations to unite in support of a future defined by justice, dignity, and a peaceful coexistence. The UAE stands ready to contribute to this noble endeavor, offering our expertise, resources, and unwavering commitment to a brighter future for Palestine. Let us work together to alleviate suffering and foster a region where peace and prosperity prevail. As we convene today, let us renew our collective commitment to the Palestinian cause. By inspiring hope, fostering understanding, and taking a decisive action, we can alleviate the suffering of millions and pave the way for a future where peace, justice, and human dignity reign supreme. Let us never forget the power of compassion and the enduring spirit of humanity. Together, we can create a world where dreams and aspirations of all people are realized. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Arab Emirates. I now request the distinguished delegate of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to make the statement.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we trust the General Assembly today as someone with deep belief in the principles of this body and value of international cooperation. We, the delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine and calls the international community to take decisive cooperative action. Today, we come together to address the grave humanitarian crisis in Palestine, a crisis that has affected millions and continues to escalate. The challenges we face are severe, but with unity and commitment, we can elevate suffering and pave the way for peace. The United Kingdom firmly supports a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians can coexist in peace, each with security, dignity, and mutual respect. We urge all parties to re-engage in peace negotiations with the United Nations as a neutral mediator, and we call for measures that build trust and foster dialogue. The United Kingdom also urges all member states to contribute to humanitarian efforts, particularly by funding UN agencies working on the ground. The UN's role is vital for coordinating efforts, delivering aid, and protecting human rights in this fragile environment. Together, in all our interests, we can change direction from the dangerous, destructive path we find ourselves on and turn instead towards the rule of law, towards cooperation, responsibility, and progress towards peace. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I now request the next 5 speakers on the list: Republic of Mozambique, Republic of Paraguay, Federation of Malaysia, Japan, and Swiss Confederation to please occupy the seats in the front. I now request the distinguished delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan to make the statement.
Honorable President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we, the delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, stands before this assembly with a heavy heart as we discuss a matter of critical urgency and enduring importance. The humanitarian crisis in Palestine has continued unabated displacement and hardship for millions of Palestinians. This crisis, marked by a persistent denial of fundamental human rights, underscores the urgent need for international cooperation to address the root causes of the conflict and sustainable peace in the region. Mr. President, we believe that true peace can only be achieved through a just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. In this challenging time, we need the global community to unite and prioritize human life, dignity, and work collectively to the decade of long suffering of the Palestinian people. Mr. President and esteemed delegate, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that the people of Palestine in are not left behind in our pursuit of fairer and more humane world. We stand ready to work with all nations in the spirit of cooperation and shared humanity to address the humanitarian crisis in Palestine and to promote a peaceful and dignified future for all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I now request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Mozambique to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests, we, the delegate of Republic of Mozambique, stand before you to address the long-standing and deeply entrenched Israel-Palestine conflict, a crisis that has caused immense suffering and instability in the Middle East for over 7 decades. Israel has flagrantly violated numerous articles of the UN Charter, particularly the Article 2 of Clause 4, which explicitly prohibits the use of force against the territorial integrity and the political independence of any state. Through its ongoing occupation and military actions in the Palestinian territories, Israel has blatantly disregarded the principles of self-determination that's outlined in the Article 1 of Clause 2 and Article 55, which calls for the protection of human rights and social justice. Mozambique believes the right to self-determination and peaceful coexistence must be guaranteed for both Israelis and Palestinians. We strongly support the vision of a two-state solution where both nations can live side by side in peace with secure borders, mutual recognition, and the respect for the rights of all the people. It's imperative that we continue to promote dialogue and diplomatic negotiations and call for the end to violence and hostilities. We urge all parties to engage in constructive peace talks and for the international community to support efforts and to lead a just and lasting resolution. The path to peace is challenging, but it's not impossible if we work together with a commitment to fairness, respect for human rights, and the principle of the UN. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Mozambique. I now request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Paraguay to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, on behalf of Paraguay, we stand before this esteemed assembly to express our deep concerns over the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine, a crisis that continues to cause immense human suffering and instability in the Middle East. Paraguay reaffirms its commitment to the pursuit of peace, justice, and the protection of human rights for all parties involved. We believe that a just and lasting peace can only be achieved through a two-state solution where both sides to recommit to dialogue and negotiations. With the support of the international community to address the legitimate aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians, Paraguay called for an immediate end to violence and for greater efforts to ensure the safety and well-being of civilians. We stand ready to support all initiatives and promote peace, stability, and respect for international law. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Paraguay. I now request the distinguished delegate of Federation of Malaysia to make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, as the representative of Malaysia, I stand before you to stress the importance of international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and the need for effective peacekeeping in Palestine. Humanitarian crises demand urgent coordinated responses. Malaysia believes that international cooperation is the key to providing not just immediate relief, but also long-term solutions that address the root causes of conflict. We must work together to ensure access to life-saving aid, promote human rights, and support sustainable recovery efforts. In Palestine, the suffering of people remains a deep concern. Malaysia reaffirms its support for two-state solution and calls for an end to illegal occupation and the violation of Palestine rights. We believe that international community, through the United Nations, must play a stronger role in peacekeeping, ensuring protection for civilian and social diplomatic efforts to secure just lasting peace based on international law. In conclusion, Malaysia stands committed to the future of peace, justice, and dignity for all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Federation of Malaysia. I now request the distinguished delegate of Japan to make the statement.
Ohio gozaimasu, Asaste. Honorable President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, greetings from Japan. Japan unequivocally condemns the terrorist attacks by Hamas and other Palestinian militants and has consistently called for immediate release of hostages. Japan calls for all parties to act faithfully based on the UNSC resolutions made prior. The humanitarian situation in Palestine is truly devastating, and Japan is saddened by the serious humanitarian situation in Gaza Strip, especially the fact that children, women, and elderly are suffering. Therefore, Japan has made various diplomatic efforts for the adoption of UNSC Resolution 2712, which calls for humanitarian pauses and humanitarian corridor to enable humanitarian assistance throughout the Gaza Strip and demands that all parties comply with their obligations under international rule. Japan understands Palestinians' long-standing aspirations for statehood and supports a two-state solution to be achieved through resolutions. There is no solution other than the peaceful coexistence of Israel and Palestine, and we must not allow the current conflict to block the path to the peace in Middle East. Japan, as the member of the Security Council, will continue to be actively involved in this issue with the international community towards the advancement of Middle East peace process. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Japan. I now request the next 5 speakers, the delegations of New Zealand, Brunei Darussalam, Republic of the Union of Myanmar, United States of America, and Hungary to please occupy the seats in the front. I now request the distinguished delegate of Swiss Confederation to make the statement.
Honorable President, respected delegates. As delegate of Switzerland, I am addressing one of the most destructive and endless conflicts of our time, the Israel and Palestine conflict. For decades, this crisis has been source of immeasurable human suffering, displacement, and violence. We gather today not just to recognize its gravity, but chart a path forward with urgency and hope for a just and lasting peace. The situation in Gaza is dreadful. Houses are turned to rubble, hospitals are overwhelmed, and basic infrastructure have collapsed. It is the children who are suffering and their dreams crushed due to a never-ending conflict that leaves destruction and suffering. All must be guided by international humanitarian principles. Civilians are not pieces of war and cannot be traded. Aid alone cannot solve this crisis. We must go further as we tackle immediate humanitarian needs while addressing the root causes of this conflict. Indeed, it poses a challenge to our worldwide moral, a century worth of one. And the decisions we make here will determine whether the generation that comes after us will inherit a legacy of war rather than peace. Let us build a future together that is not characterized by conflict, but by peace and humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Swiss Confederation. I now request the distinguished delegate of New Zealand to make the statement. I request the next 5 speakers, New Zealand, Brunei Darussalam, Republic of the Union of Myanmar, United States of America, and Hungary to occupy the seats in the front.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we the delegate of New Zealand stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine whose lives continue to be marked by the immense suffering due to the ongoing conflict. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the West Bank, and surrounding areas demand urgent international attention. Innocent civilians, especially women and children, are bearing the brunt of this violence. And we must not turn a blind eye to the desperate need for humanitarian assistance. We call for immediate unrestricted access to the humanitarian aid, including food, medical supplies, and shelter. To address the severe shortages affecting millions, it is essential that all parties ensure the safety of aid workers to allow the aid reach in those in need without delay. However, while the urgent international relief is critical, it is clear that lasting peace can only be achieved through a negotiated political solution. New Zealand remains committed to the vision of two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security, based on the principles of international law, respect for human rights and justice. In conclusion, New Zealand reaffirms its commitment to peace, justice, and the dignity of all people. We urge the international community to come together not only to address the immediate humanitarian needs, but also to work for a future where the people of Palestine and Israel can live in peace, security, and mutual respect. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of New Zealand. I now request the distinguished delegate of Brunei Darussalam to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Brunei Darussalam, stand before you to speak about the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. It is not simply a regional issue. It is a global concern that affects the very foundation of human rights and dignity. In Israel and Palestine war, more than 102,929 people were killed in Palestine. Countless families face daily hardships, loss of homes, limited access to basic necessities, and an uncertain future. This is a call for action that transcends borders. International cooperation is essential in addressing these challenges. Organizations and community leaders to provide immediate humanitarian aid and long-term support. We also strongly condemn Israel for its doings as we consider Palestine as an independent and sovereign nation, supporting its rights to self-discrimination. And we don't consider Israel as a country. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Brunei Darussalam. I now request the distinguished delegate of Republic of the Union of Myanmar to make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, it's an honor to speak before you on the critical issues of international cooperation in humanitarian crisis and search for sustainable peace in regions suffering from conflicts such as Palestine. It's from our own experience of overcoming adversity that Myanmar has come to value the importance of international solidarity, compassion, and cooperation in addressing humanitarian needs. Our approach to humanitarian cooperation also emphasizes respect for sovereignty, impartiality, and neutrality. The two-state solution remains a cornerstone of Myanmar's position on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We believe that the creation of a viable, independent Palestinian state alongside Israel, based on pre-1967 borders, is the most promising path to peace. Myanmar strongly believes that sustainable peace and security can only be achieved through multilateral diplomacy and dialogue. While we support international efforts to resolve the conflict, Myanmar is also committed to the principle of national sovereignty and believes that peace must be achieved through active participation and ownership of people of the region. In conclusion, we will continue to advocate for the two-state solution and the protection of Palestinian human rights. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Union of Myanmar. I now request the distinguished delegate of the United States of America to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates. The United States of America recognize the gravity of humanitarian crisis in Palestine and remains steadfast in our commitment to peace and sustainable development. Our nation has consistently supported a strategic two-state solution as the most viable path to lasting peace. where Israel and a future Palestinian state coexist with mutual respect and security. To this end, we emphasize the importance of immediate humanitarian assistance. The United States, as the largest global donor of aid, calls for increased international collaboration to provide food, healthcare, and critical infrastructure for the Palestinian people. We stand firmly against terrorism, violence from all sides, including the actions of Hamas, which exacerbate the suffering of civilians and obstruct pathways to peace. While reaffirming Israel's right to self-defense, we also urge restraint to protect innocent lives and comply with international law. We advocate for direct negotiation between Israel and Palestine to resolve core issues, including borders, refugees, and the future of Jerusalem, guided by principles of justice and compromise, rather than through unilateral actions. Let this assembly unite in action, not just words, to build trust, foster dialogue, and invest in the shared future of region. Peace is not beyond reach if we commit to the principles of human dignity, equality, and coexistence. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United States of America. Now I request the next 5 speakers on the list: the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Republic of Finland, State of Israel, Republic of Cabo Verde, Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, to please occupy the seats in the front. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Hungary to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and esteemed delegates. We, the delegate of Republic of Hungary, is here to say that in the face of recent terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas, these acts of violence against innocent civilians are unconscionable, and we condemn them in strongest terms. We express our deepest condolence to the victim and families as we mourn the Hungarian citizen who was taken as hostage by Hamas. In light of these events, we like to state the importance of sustainable peace in the region. True peace can only be achieved through dialogue, security for all, and sovereignty for the nation. We remain committed to supporting Israel's right to defend its citizens and work toward a just and lasting resolution to the conflict based on mutual recognition and peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Hungary. I now request the distinguished delegate of Cooperative Republic of Guyana to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. Guyana, a nation committed to regional cooperation and peaceful resolution of conflicts, recognizes the global refugee crisis and supports refugees and asylum seekers, providing protection and assistance. We advocate for a two-state solution in the Israel-Palestine conflict and an immediate ceasefire, ensuring rights and dignity for both Israeli and Palestinian people. We are now also sending the humanitarian relief shipment into Gaza. Thus, we promote peace and stability. Regarding the war, considering the Ukraine-Russia conflict, Guyana recognizes the devastating impact of the war on the civilians. Guyana calls for a restraint and a peaceful resolution to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Guyana supports the principle of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference on the internal affairs of the states. We believe in the need for diplomacy and dialogue, calling for humanitarian aid and protection of civilians. We also urge the international community to support humanitarian efforts to both the countries along with us, because together we can address global challenges and create a more than just a peaceful world. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I now request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Finland to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We, the distinguished delegate of Finland, a nation deeply committed to peace, justice, and human dignity, stand here today to urge decisive and unified actions on the dire humanitarian crisis in Palestine. The escalating violence has left countless innocent civilians suffering, and the fabric of hope for sustainable peace is unraveling. We strongly endorse the calling for an immediate ceasefire and the urgent withdrawal of Israeli military forces from the Palestinian territories. These measures are not only a moral imperative, but essential for safeguarding lives and fostering an environment for dialogue. Mr. President, Finland has long championed the principles of international law and human rights. We believe in the power of diplomacy as exemplified by our efforts in global peace building and mediation. Today, we call upon all member states to rise above division and reaffirm the values of the UN Charter. Stating the words of our President, Alexander Stubb, the war needs to end, and it needs to end right now. Let us act collectively to end the bloodshed and create pathways for lasting peace. A peace rooted in justice, equality, and mutual respect. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Republic of Finland. I now request the distinguished delegate of the State of Israel to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, this is from the State of Israel, addressing the challenges, embracing the opportunities, Israel's vision for a more peaceful and prosperous world. Located in the heart of the Middle East, Israel is a vibrant democracy born from the ashes of the Holocaust and built by immigrants from around the world. Our nation has consistently pushed the boundaries of innovation, becoming a global leader in technology and entrepreneurship. Mr. President, Israel faces unique security challenges, including terrorism and regional instability. We remain committed to seeking a lasting peace with our Palestinian neighbors while ensuring the safety and security of our citizens. Israel envisions a future where our region is characterized by cooperation, mutual understanding, and peaceful coexistence in innovation and technology to tackle global challenges and improve lives worldwide. At last, Israel comes to this conference with an open mind, a willingness to listen, and a commitment to finding solutions that benefit all nations. We look forward to productive discussions and meaningful collaborations with our fellow delegates. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the State of Israel. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Cabo Verde to make the statement.
Honorable Chairman and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Cabo Verde, stand before you to address an issue that transcends borders, an issue that calls upon the collective concern of humanity, the humanitarian crisis in Palestine, particularly the dire situation in Gaza, has reached the unprecedented levels of suffering. This crisis demands not only our attention but our action. As a small island nation with a deep commitment to peace and justice, Cabo Verde understands the importance of solidarity, cooperation, and above all, the pursuit of sustainable peace. At this critical moment, we must reflect on the values that define us as a global community, values rooted in human dignity, respect for life, and and the aspiration to create a world where every person, no matter their nationality or religion, can live peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Republic of Cabo Verde. I now request the distinguished delegate of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan to make the statement. I also request the next five speakers, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Republic of Tuvalu, Turkmenistan, Republic of Malta and Republic of Sudan to please occupy the seats in the front.
Good morning, Honorable President, distinguished delegates. On behalf of Afghanistan, I address this assembly with deep concerns over the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and the urgent need for sustainable peace in the region. As a nation that has experienced the devastating impact of prolonged conflict, we stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in their pursuit of peace, dignity, and stability. We call on the international community to intensify efforts to deliver humanitarian aid swiftly and effectively, ensuring that the most vulnerable, especially women and children, receive the support they desperately need. We believe that the principles of justice and human rights must guide these efforts. Furthermore, we urge the reception of meaningful dialogue to achieve a just and lasting two-state solution. Peace can only be sustained through mutual respect, coexistence, and adherence to international law. Let us reform our collective commitment to peace and humanity, working together to turn the aspiration of the Palestinian people into reality. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. I now request the distinguished delegate of Socialist Republic of Vietnam to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates. We, the distinguished delegate of Vietnam, reaffirms its unwavering support for international cooperation to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace in Palestine. We believe that lasting peace is only achievable through dialogue, mutual respect, and adherence to international law, including relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, the humanitarian situation in Palestine is dire, and we call upon the international community to enhance aid, and ensuring immediate relief for those in need. While building the conditions for long-term recovery, Vietnam stands ready to support multilateral efforts and to collaborate with all parties to foster dialogue and trust, creating a just, lasting solution grounded in the vision of two states living side by side in peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I now request the distinguished delegate of Tuvalu to make the statement.
I would like to request all the delegates to please pay attention when other delegates are speaking. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. We, the delegate of Tuvalu, stands firmly in support of the Palestinian people and calls for urgent coordinated international action to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine. The suffering of civilians, especially women and children, must be met with a compassionate, unified response from the global community. We believe that humanitarian assistance must be delivered without delay, ensuring that essential services like healthcare, food, and shelter reach those in need. At the same time, Tuvalu advocates for a sustainable, peaceful resolution to the conflict grounded in respect for human rights and international law. The principles of justice, equality, and self-determination must guide all efforts to bring an end to violence and establish long-lasting peace in the region. As a small island nation, Tuvalu understands the critical importance of global solidarity in addressing crises that affect humanity as a whole. We call on all member states to prioritize diplomacy, dialogue, and cooperation, and to work tirelessly towards a future where the Palestinian people can live in peace, security and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Tuvalu. I now request the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Turkmenistan stands firm in its commitment to addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine. The suffering of Palestinian people caused by decades of conflict and instability remains a pressing concern for the international community. It is our shared responsibility to provide urgent humanitarian assistance, ensuring that food, healthcare and basic services reach those in need. However, humanitarian aid alone is not enough. The path to lasting peace and stability in Palestine require a comprehensive and peaceful resolution for the conflict. Turkmenistan called for renewed international cooperation to facilitate the dialogue, respecting for international law and the promoting of human rights for all people in the region. A two-state solution based on the principle of equality, sovereignty and mutual respect remains the cornerstone of achieving a lasting peace. We call all nations, especially those with influence, to work together in ensuring the peace, justice and stability prevailing in Palestine. And the aspiration of the Palestinian people for freedom and self-determination are fully realized. Only through collective action we can secure a future where people in the region live in harmony and dignity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Malta to make the statement.
Bonjour, President, Secretary General, Under Secretary General, and distinguished delegates. I would like to start by congratulating Cameron for the appointment as the President. As a delegate of Malta, I stand before you today to address the urgent need for sustainable peace in Palestine and the critical role international cooperation must play in addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis. Malta firmly believes that peace cannot be achieved without respecting human rights and ensuring the dignity of all individuals, especially those caught in conflict. As I'm sure we all know, the war in Gaza is a huge crisis. It has taken a catastrophic toll on women and girls. Many hospitals and ambulances have been attacked, leaving an estimated 50,000 pregnant women and new mothers struggling to access maternal and newborn health care. The foreign policy of Malta has consistently supported international efforts aimed at a peaceful and negotiated resolution to the conflict, aimed at establishing a state of Palestine living side by side the state of Israel in peace and security. As a nation committed to diplomacy and humanitarian values, Malta calls for immediate action to end human rights violations. Sustainable peace requires not only political dialogue, but also long-term investments in education, healthcare, and economic development. Malta stands ready to collaborate with all nations to ensure that peace, justice, and prosperity prevail for both Palestinians and Israelis. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Malta. I now request the next 5 speakers, the Republic of Georgia, Republic of Turkey, Republic of North Macedonia, Republic of Singapore, and the Republic of Serbia to please occupy the seats in the front. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Sudan to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegate, we, the distinguished delegate of Democratic Republic of Sudan, stands in solidarity with the Palestinian people in the pursuit of justice, peace, and dignity. The ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine remains a matter of urgent concern for the international community. Sudan calls for immediate and enhanced cooperation among nations to address the dire humanitarian needs faced by the Palestinians, including access to essential services, healthcare, and basic human rights. In line with our commitment to international peace and security, Sudan believes that sustainable peace in Palestine can only be achieved through a comprehensive resolution based on international law, the principles of United Nations, and the inalienable rights in the Palestinian people. This includes the right to self-determination and establishment of independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem and its capital. Sudan reiterates its support for Palestinian cause and calls for the acceleration of the international effort to end the occupation and bring about a lasting peace. We must unite as a global community to ensure that Palestinian humanitarian needs are met while working towards a future of peace, stability for all in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Sudan. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Georgia to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Georgia, would like to express a deep concern over the humanitarian crisis in Palestine, which continues to cause suffering to civilians, particularly children, women, and elders. We firmly believe that humanitarian aid must reach those in need without obstruction, and we call for unimpeded access to ensure that entire assistance can be delivered. However, addressing the immediate of humanitarian need is not enough. A lasting solution requires genuine dialogue and resumption of peace talks based on two states solution. The right of both Palestine and Israel to live in peace and security with an internationally recognized border must be upheld. Georgia stands for ready to support international effort aimed at promoting dialogue, rebuilding trust, and fostering cooperation between all parties, and provide the condition for a better future of the people of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Georgia. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Turkey to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Turkey, reaffirms its commitment to the international cooperation in addressing the global challenges. Regarding the humanitarian crisis in Palestine, we emphasize the need for peaceful resolution, respecting the rights and dignities of all parties involved. As a country with historical and cultural ties to the region, Turkey supports the establishment of independent, sovereign, and contiguous Palestinian state based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital. We believe that the people's central approach grounded in international human rights, laws and standards, it is essential in achieving sustainable peace and development. In conclusion, Turkey reaffirms its commitment to the international cooperation and its support for the United Nations effort to address the global challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Turkey. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of North Macedonia to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, we the Republic of Macedonia, North Macedonia stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine in the face of the ongoing humanitarian crisis and the devastating impact of conflict. North Macedonia supports a two-state solution through dialogue, respect for international community, strengthen coordinated responses, working through multilateral platforms, NGOs, and regional partnerships, addressing both urgent needs and long-term development goals. Macedonia calls for increased humanitarian aid to address the immediate needs of the Palestinian people, while also emphasizing the necessity of a long-term peaceful resolution. Let us unite to address humanitarian needs, support peaceful negotiations, and promote sustainable development. In conclusion, North Macedonia pledges to continue working alongside the international community to achieve peace, progress, and prosperity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of North Macedonia. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Singapore to please make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Singapore stands committed to the cause of international peace and security, and today we turn our attention to the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. The statistics are sobering. 5.9 million Palestinians are in need of aid, and countless families have lost their homes and livelihoods. In the spirit of multi-terrorism,
Singapore urges a swift and coordinated global response to provide humanitarian assistance and rebuild critical infrastructures, as emphasized in UN Resolution 2334. We commend the efforts of the UN, regional bodies, and NGOs in fostering dialogues and delivering aid. Singapore believes that empowering local communities through microfinance and entrepreneurial programs will create sustainable economic opportunities. Additionally, strengthening educational exchange programs can nurture a new generation of leaders who are committed to peace and development. Sustainable peace requires a multifaceted approach. Singapore calls for renewed dialogue facilitated by neutral mediators and emphasizes the importance of fostering mutual understandings through cultural exchange. Let us work together to transform the crisis into an opportunity for lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Singapore. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Serbia to make the statement.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, esteemed delegates, and distinguished colleagues, Serbia stands deeply committed to addressing the humanitarian crisis and advancing sustainable peace in Palestine. Immediate action is needed to deliver essential food, medical supplies, and shelters to country's families. Facing several hardships, we urge all parties to ensure safe and unhindered humanitarian access. Serbia supports a stewardship solutions through dialogues, respect for international community, strengthened coordinated responses working through multilateral platforms, NGDOS and regional partnerships addressing both urgent needs and long-term development goals. Stability in Palestine is the key to regional peace, and together we can make it a reality through dialogues, de-escalations, and commitment to peace building. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Serbia. The meeting will now adjourn for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30 p.m.
To 5 minutes. Checking. 1, 2, 3. Can you raise the volume? No, this is perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
The meeting is now called to order. We will continue with our agenda. I invite the next 5 speakers to please occupy the space in the front. Republic of Senegal, Republic of Korea, Republic of Sierra Leone, Republic of Belarus, and the Principality of Andorra. Please occupy the spaces in the front. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Senegal to please make the statement. I now request the distinguished representative of Senegal to please make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Senegal stands before this assembly deeply concerned about the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Palestine. Millions of people are displaced and vital infrastructure lies in ruins. Senegal urges the international community to act decisively in delivering humanitarian aid and rebuilding the foundation of Palestinian society as articulated in UN Resolution 2334. Senegal also believes in the power of cultural diplomacy. By preserving Palestinian cultural heritage, we can foster a sense of identity and resilience. Additionally, investment in vocational training and education will equip Palestinian youth with the skills necessary to build. Sustainable energy products such as solar initiatives can further enhance long-term development and reduce dependency on external aid. The journey to sustainable peace begins with inclusive dialogue and economic empowerment.
Senegal stands ready to support efforts that prioritize justice, reconciliation, and development, ensuring a brighter future for the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Senegal. I now request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea to please make the statement.
Honorable Chairs and distinguished delegates, since the brutal terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israeli citizens in October of last year and the ensuing massive military operations by Israeli defense forces, the world has been witnessing numerous breaches of international humanitarian law. Hamas and other terrorist organizations have murdered innocent civilians and still hold 100 or so hostages, either living or dead. This said, they are continuing rocket attacks on Israeli population centers, shielding themselves in Palestinian civilian infrastructure. But one party's non-observance, even if it is deemed to be by a terrorist group, does not provide any legitimate ground for another party's failure to comply with international law. For 13 months straight, Israel have been going against the international humanitarian law, and regardless of intent, when breaches of international humanitarian law happen, no justification can be given. The situation for civilians in Gaza, especially northern Gaza, is really desolate. According to the Ministry of Health of State of Palestine, at least 43,000 people have been killed since 7th of October. Israel has been conducting violations of Article 49 from 4th Geneva Convention, which provides that persons shall be transferred back to their homes as soon as hostilities have ceased. Also, Article 55 of 4th Geneva Convention. Thus, Republic of Korea strongly calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Hostages still held must be immediately released. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the distinguished representative of Republic of Korea. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Sierra Leone to please make the statement.
Honorable President and esteemed delegates, we, Republic of Sierra Leone, is known for resilience in the face of adversity, steadfast in the pursuit of peace and development. Sierra Leone recognizes the legitimate right of Israel to exist within a secured and recognized border. We also recognize the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, freedom, and statehood. Therefore, we strongly support the two-state solution where both states and its people are recognized. This can only be done when both states, the state of Palestine receives its long-standing dream of UN membership and recognition, and when Israel's concern of safety and security can be resolved. In the meantime, we request all parties to follow the international rule of law. We further call for an end to hostilities, as prolonged violence only deepens the suffering and pain of the people and widens the divide. We further request the international community to provide all the necessary aids to the people who are in suffering and in pain. We also urge the international community to show their unity and support to the suffering at an abnormal time like this. We, Sierra Leone, stand ready to support any effort that brings us to a future where Israelis and Palestinians coexist peacefully with their right and dignity preserved. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Belarus to please make the statement.
Honorable President of the General Assembly, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Belarus stands today unwavering solidarity, the global community as we discuss the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and the urgent need to establish sustainable peace in this long-troubled region. It is impossible to ignore the immense suffering endured by countless civilians who face daily hardships marked by destruction of infrastructure, limited access to basic resources, and the constant threat of violence. The principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence must guide our collective humanitarian efforts to alleviate the situation. Therefore, Belarus calls upon all member states to reinforce international aid mechanisms and prioritize the restoration of essential service to affected communities. Moreover, sustainable peace in Palestine can't be achieved without addressing the root causes of the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Belarus. Now, I request the following speakers to please occupy the space in the front. The Republic of Burundi, the Slovak Republic, State of Qatar, Republic of Poland, and the Republic of Ghana. Please occupy the seats in the front. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of the Principality of Andorra to please make the statement.
Honorable President, esteemed delegates, we are the distinguished delegates of Andorra remains committed to international cooperation in addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. As a small nation with a strong commitment to human rights, we contribute to this cause by supporting multilateral frameworks such as the United Nations and the European Union. Through this platform, Andorra has consistently provided humanitarian aid, including medical assistance and food security support, as well as funding for reconstitution effort in Palestinian territories. Additionally, we advocate for the respect of international law and human rights, enhancing the promoting of civils and the need for peaceful dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Principality of Andorra. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Burundi to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates and all respected members, we, the representatives of Burundi, stand united in our community to addressing the urgent humanitarian crisis and fostering lasting peace in Palestine. By having faced our own struggles, we deeply understand the importance of peace, resilience, and global cooperation. In Palestine, we witness a crisis that affects countless lives, displacement, hardship, and loss of basic dignity. We call up all the nations to come together to increase the human rights and protect human rights and support peaceful solutions that respect the rights of hope of all people. Together we can bring hope to Palestine and strengthen our shared community to a world where peace, justice, and human prevails. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Burundi. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Slovak Republic to please make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, the humanitarian crisis in Palestine has left millions in need. Over 5.9 million Palestinians face dire conditions. Slovakia urges immediate international cooperation to provide aid and rebuild essential infrastructure. The United Nations and NGOs must lead in coordinating efforts, ensuring resource reach in those in need. Slovakia supports establishing a reconstruction trust fund under UN oversight. Populations, particularly children, investing in renewable energy will foster sustainable growth.
Education initiatives must be expanded to rebuild schools and offer quality educations in conflict zones. Additionally, legal aid is crucial to assist displaced Palestinians in resolving property disputes and safeguarding their rights. Slovakia stands ready to contribute to efforts fostering peace and stability in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Slovakia. Now I request the distinguished representative of the state of Qatar to please make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, as the representative of State of Qatar, we stand before this assembly with a deep sense of urgency regarding the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. The ongoing challenges faced by the Palestinian people demand an immediate and unwavering commitment of the international community. The suffering has gone too far, too long, and it is our collective duty to respond with compassion, justice, and effective action. Qatar firmly believes that the international cooperation is a cornerstone for addressing these crises. We must come together and provide the essential aid, supporting the rebuilding of infrastructures and ensure access to basic necessities like food, healthcare, and education. It is only through a unified effort that elevate the suffering and restore the hope of millions. Furthermore, the pursuit of sustainable and just peace in Palestine requires renewed focus on dialogue and diplomacy. We urge all parties to respect international law. Mr. President, Qatar reaffirms its commitment to supporting the Palestinian people and call all nations to join this critical journey together. We can pave the way for the peaceful and prosperous future for Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Qatar. Now I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Poland to please make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we the delegate of people of Public of Poland reaffirms its commitment to the international cooperation in the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. The situation demands a collective action, condemn violence against civilians and support integration of the alleged human rights. Poland's promulgation of two-state solutions, recognition the right of self-determination and the state of truth, Israel and childhood. Mr. President, economic employment through private sector investments and sustainable development is crucial. We commend the UNRWA's efforts and emphasizes continued support. The diplomatic efforts must be interfaced with regional stakeholders and engagement. Mr. President, Poland stands ready to work with the stakeholders for lasting peace. We urge parties to reverse the undermining the peace efforts and negotiate in good faith and talks. Together, we can create a future where Palestinians and Israelites can coexist in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Poland. The following speakers are requested to please occupy the space in the front. Somali Republic, Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Republic of Romania, Republic of Moldova, and the Kingdom of Sweden. Please occupy the seats in the front. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Ghana to please make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, we the distinguished delegate of Republic of Ghana is honored to speak. The humanitarian crisis in Palestine is a dire tragedy that demands urgent action. For decades, innocent civilians have suffered the consequence of conflict, lives lost, communities displaced, and basic human rights denied. The international community must act decisively to address this ongoing suffering. We stand firm in its belief that the only lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a negotiated two-state solution, where both can live side by side in peace and security. We call for the full implementation of international law, including UN resolutions that uphold Palestine's right to self-determination and demand an end to illegal occupation. We urge all nations to reaffirm their commitment to the principle of justice, accountability, and human rights. We believe that the international community, through frameworks like the United Nations and the African Union, must actively support peace talks, pressure for the end of occupation, and hold those accountable for violations of international law. Let us stand together now to help end this injustice and work toward a future of peace and security for all. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Ghana. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Somali Republic to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, esteemed guests. We, the distinguished delegate of Sovereign State of Somali, we stand before you today with a solemn responsibility to convey the deep concern of our nation for the humanitarian crisis and ongoing conflict in Palestine. This issue is not merely a regional crisis, it is a global challenge that calls upon each of us to make meaningful and decisive action. Somali believes that peace cannot be achieved through unilateral measures or the perpetuation of the conflict. It can only emerge from genuine dialogue, mutual respect, and commitment to the dignity and rights of every individual involved. Somali remains committed to stand with the people of Palestine and supporting efforts for peace, justice, and human rights. We believe that only through international cooperation guided by the principles of fairness, dignity, and mutual respect can. Let this be the moment where we, as the United Nations, rise above the politics and divisions and come together to uphold the values. We are all here to defend peace, justice, and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Somali Republic. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, as a delegate of Jordan, it's an honor to stand before you today to speak on a matter that is not only of immense glad significance, but also of great personal importance to the Kingdom of Jordan, ongoing humanitarian crisis, and the quest for sustainable peace in Palestine. The Palestinian cause is not merely a regional issue, it's a global challenge that calls upon all of humanity to act in solidarity and justice. Jordan has always been a staunch advocate for Palestinian rights and has consistently contributed to international efforts to address the crisis. From the very beginning, Jordan has been refuge for Palestinians, hosting generations of displaced individuals and providing critical humanitarian assistance. Through the Jordanian Hashemite charity organization, the kingdom has sent critical aid to Palestinian refugees in Gaza, the West Bank, and across neighboring countries. Our nation has consistently worked to bridge divides between Palestinians and Israelis. Together we can work towards a world where peace and justice prevail for all. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Jordan. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Romania to please make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Romania, stand before you today to discuss Romania's ongoing commitment to international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and promoting sustainable peace in the region. This is a matter of paramount importance, not only to the people of Palestine and Israel, but the entire international community, which shares a collective responsibility to foster peace, justice, and stability. Romania, as a member of European Union and the United Nations, has consistently advocated for a peaceful and just resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Our vision is rooted in a belief that peace cannot be achieved through violence, but through dialogue, mutual respect, and adherence to international law. In coordination with international organizations, Romania has supported the Palestinian people through the provision of medical supplies like food, water, and shelter beyond the humanitarian assistance. Romania is deeply committed to conciliation efforts that support sustainable peace. We stand ready to do our part in fostering dialogue and cooperation. We believe that peace is most precious gift that we can offer to future generation. The road ahead may be difficult, but through unity, comparison, and diplomacy, a bright future for Palestine and Israel and for the entire Middle East is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Romania. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova to please make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegates of Republic of Moldova, it is an honor to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the Republic of Moldova regarding the pressing issue of the humanitarian crisis and the urgent need for sustainable peace in Palestine. As we gather here today, the international community is confronted with the grave and enduring suffering of the Palestinian people, a situation that demands our immediate attention and collective action. Moldova recognizes that the humanitarian crisis in Palestine is not a distant reality, but a present-day catastrophe that affects millions of civilian peoples. As an international community, we must prioritize providing humanitarian assistance in the form of medical aid, food, clean water, and shelter. Moldova strongly believes that the path to peace in the region must be based on the principles of international law, the recognition of the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people, and the establishment of the states Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova. Now, I request the following speakers to please occupy the space in the front. The Republic of Tajikistan, Syrian Arab Republic, Republic of Madagascar, Kingdom of Morocco, and Burkina Faso. Delegates, please occupy the space in the front. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Sweden to please make the statement.
Honorable Mr. President and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Sweden, it is with a deep sense of responsibility and solidarity that I stand before you today to addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis and need for sustainable peace in Palestine. Sweden, as a long-standing advocate for peace, justice, and human rights, reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the pursuit of a just and lasting solution to the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, rooted in international law and the principle of United Nations. The situation on the ground remains dire. Millions of Palestinians are living in the condition of severe hardship, with limited access to basic needs such as food, water, healthcare, and education. As a global community, we cannot afford to turn a blind eye to the anguish of the Palestinian people. Sweden has long supported a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine can live side by side in peace and security. In conclusion, Sweden stands ready to work with all those who are committed to achieving a just lasting solution, sustainable peace. The time for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Sweden. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Tajikistan to make the statement.
Mr. President and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Tajikistan, it is an honor to address this esteemed assembly today on an issue that has long been at the forefront of the global concerns, the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and the urgent need for international cooperation to address these grave situations while promoting sustainable peace in the region. The humanitarian crisis in Palestine is not just a regional issue. It is a global concern that demands collective action. Tajikistan stands firmly in support of Palestinian people in their quest for justice, dignity, and peace. We can bring about a better future for all the people of the region. Let us stand united in our resolve to help Palestinian people live with dignity, in peace, with the hope of brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Tajikistan. Now I request the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic to please make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we the distinguished delegate of Syrian Arab Republic to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and the urgent need for international cooperation to promote sustainable peace in the region. Humanitarian aid must be delivered in full compliance with international law without obstruction or politicization. The Syrian Arab Republic strongly supports to work agency for Palestine refuses, and we call for full of restoration of ending to this essential agency which provides vital service to millions of Palestinian refugees. Syria states for in support for the Palestinian people inalienable right to self-determination to independence. A lasting peace can only be achieved through the implementation law, particularly the United Nations Security Council resolution which call for Israel to withdraw from occupied Palestinian territories. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Syria. Now I request the representative of the Republic of Madagascar to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Madagascar, stands before you today in solidarity with the international community as we confront one of the most ensuring and the commonest humanitarian crises of the time, the situation in Palestine. The ongoing violence has led to the struggle of loss of life, the destruction of homes, and the displacement of countless innocent civilians, especially women and children. As we gather here today, we must remember that peace is not just the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, dignity, and the opportunity for all people. Madagascar called for an immediate and sustained ceasefire and urges all the parties return to the path of dialogue. We believe that a just and the lasting peace in Palestine requires the full respect of international law, including the right of Palestinian people to self-determination and the right to live in peace and security side by side with Israel. We also call on the international community to intensify humanitarian assistance, that aid reaches those in need, and that we work together to alleviate the suffering of civilians caught in crossfire. The people of Palestine, like all people, deserve a future defined by peace, prosperity, and human rights. As we move forward, Madagascar pledges its commitment to supporting efforts aimed at achieving such a sustainable peace, and we stand ready to contribute any initiative that promote dialogue, understanding, and mutual respect. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Madagascar. Now I request the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to please make the statement.
Mr. President and distinguished delegate, we the delegate of Morocco has continuously observed the importance of international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crises and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. We believe that a just and lasting peace can only be achieved through the dialogue, mutual support, and unwavering support to Palestinian people's right to self-determination. Morocco remains supporting diplomatic efforts on humanitarian and insisted the citizens rebuild committees and support sustainable development in Palestine. Guided by our sharing values and humanitarian principles, we call upon all nations to connect support two-state solutions that turns Palestinian sovereignty and peace for future generations. As chair of Arkan committees, this majority King Mohammed VI contains to contain peace, advising a Palestinian Jerusalem multicultural heritage, and advocating report for international law. The urge an international committee the humanitarian aid to those in need and immense and dignity of both peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Morocco. Now I request the following speakers to please occupy the space in the front. Saint Kitts and Nevis, followed by the Kingdom of Thailand, Ukraine, Republic of Panama, and the Republic of Yemen. Delegates, please occupy the space in the front. With that in mind, now I would like to request the representative of the People's Republic of Burkina Faso to please make the statement.
Distinguished members of the Union State, it is a honored Burkina Faso. Today I am standing with a visiting for the future Burkina Faso, like many countries facing the changes politician inhabits for the group and the economic hardship. However, the changes in different has a people united by the state and with a rich hand and a will to overcome. Let's for the see future where the nation like a Burkina Faso and save a global community for the just I see and peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Burkina Faso. Now, I would like to invite the distinguished representative, Saint Kitts and Nevis, to please make the statement.
Honorable Chair, Your Excellencies and esteemed delegates, I stand before you today representing St. Kitts and Nevis to address the critical issue of sustainable peace and development, particularly in Palestine. International cooperation play a pivotal role in shaping a world where lasting peace is possible. By investing in inclusive, responsible practices, they not only promote economic growth but also foster hope in regions that have long been affected by conflict. In Palestine, the promotion of sustainable practices, especially in agriculture, infrastructure, and education, can create an environment where peace is not just a distant aspiration but a tangible reality. By supporting local communities with resources, technologies, and fair trade, international cooperation can empower individuals, create jobs, and reduce the socio-economic disparities that fuel tension. St. Kitts and Nevis believes that true peace is built on equity and collaboration. We call for partnership that uplift the Palestinian people, providing them with the tools to build a self-sustainable, peaceful future. We must ensure that every investment made in that region is not just economic gain, but also about creating lasting peace for all. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative, Saint Kitts and Nevis. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Thailand to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, Thailand stands firm in its commitment to peace, justice, humanitarian rights, and international law in the face of the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict. With over 40,000 innocent lives killed and millions displaced, we cannot remain passive. Forced displacement and the denial of humanitarian aid are serious violations that must be addressed. Thailand stresses that the prolonged occupation and settlement activities violate the 4th Geneva Convention. While we recognize Israel's security concerns, two-state solution is the only path to lasting peace. We call on all parties to adhere to the international law. We welcome the recent General Assembly resolution calling for an end to illegal occupation and urge immediate action to stop hostilities, ensure humanitarian relief, and address the root cause of the conflict, including Palestinian self-determination. The international community must act decisively to achieve a lasting peace for both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Thailand. Now, I would like to invite the distinguished representative of Ukraine to please make the statement.
Respected President and respected delegates, today the delegation of Ukraine stands before this assembly not just as a nation, but as a living example of the resilience that is shown at the face of aggression. What transpires each day in Palestine and Gaza is just what happens every day at the borders of Ukraine. So deeply steeped in this suffering, we really empathize with each and every person that is suffering in Gaza and Israel. Not just the people of Gaza, not just the people of Israel, we sympathize with every single being that is being a collateral to this conflict. Ever since the start of this conflict, most nations have been providing Israel and Gaza with aid. But the question we should ask here is whether the aid that we are giving is sufficient. Okay, these aids are very much necessary, but are they sufficient? The answer is no. These aids are nothing more than a temporary measure. What we actually need is to root out the problem. And the most desirable solution, what we desire the most, is a ceasefire. But as the ceasefire been actually helpful, it has not been. The measures to actually enforce a ceasefire are limited, and there are up for questions. So the next possible question is a two-state solution. So then we have to discuss what two-state solution. Is it the two-state solution of back in 1947? the day and time is different. This is 2024. Concluding, we have to change, and we cannot stick on to the solutions that was back in 1994. With the passing of time, we have to change along with the time. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Ukraine. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Panama to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates and esteemed colleagues, we, the distinguished delegate of Panama, we are reminded of the power of international cooperation to address urgent humanitarian needs and promote sustainable peace. Countless demanding our collection actions and compassion. Panama, with its rich history of diplomacy and bridge buildings, stands as a symbol of what unity can achieve. By partnering with nations and organizations worldwide, we can provide crucial aid such as food, shelter, and medical support, and invest in long-term solutions like education and economic development that promotes peace and resilience. But sustainable peace requires more than aid. It needs our commitment to justice, dialogue, and respect for human rights. Let us work together to build a future where every community has a chance to flourish in peace. United, we can make that future a reality of Palestine and beyond. We look forward to working with all member states to further the shared values of peace, security, and property for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, representative of Panama. Now I request the following speakers to please occupy the space in the front. Kingdom of Norway, Federal Republic of Germany, Republic of Niger, Republic of Jamaica, and the Kingdom of Denmark. I request these delegates to please occupy the seats in the front. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Yemen to please make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, we, the distinguished delegate of Yemen, a country that understands the toll of conflict, we recognize the importance of international cooperation to addressing the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. By uniting to provide essential like food, medical care, and shelter, we can bring immediate relief to those suffering. But real casting peace requires more than aid. It needs our shared commitment to justice, human rights, and sustainable development. In Yemen, a country that has faced its own humanitarian challenges, we are reminded of the profound suffering of our brothers and sisters in Palestine. The ongoing crisis in Palestine is not only just a political issue, it is a human tragedy. Together, we can build a beautiful future for Palestine and all communities affected by crisis. Let us act now, united for a lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Yemen. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Norway to please make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, we, the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Norway, Norway remains committed in advancing global peace, security, and sustainable development in line with UN principles. We stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine in the face of the ongoing humanitarian crisis and the devastating impact of conflict. Mr. President, Norway also advocates cooperation with causes of the conflict, and we call upon
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the continued disregard for international law threatens the very fabric of the United Nations Charter. Silence in the face of such violations undermines not only the right of Palestinians but the moral authority of this institution. Mr. President, we, the delegate of the Federal Republic of Germany, demand accountability, advocate for humanitarian relief, and work tirelessly towards a just and lasting peace. Mr. President, the ongoing conflict in Israel and Palestine remains a pressing humanitarian and political issue. The recent developments highlighting the need for an international effort to address the root causes of the conflict and promote a peaceful resolution. Mr. President, Germany calls for a two-state solution and promoting all rights of all the parties involved as per Article 55 of the United Nations Charter. Let us remember that the United Nations Charter begins with the word, "We, the people of the United Nations." It is a call to action, not for the government alone, but for all of humanity. Let's uphold the legacy by ensuring justice prevails, not as a favor, but as a fundamental right. Danke.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Germany. Now, I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Niger to please make their statement.
Bonsoir, Mr. President, distinguished delegate. We have the privilege of addressing today the Republic of Niger to underscore the imperative of international cooperation in addressing the protracted humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace in Palestine. Niger promotes diplomacy, dialogue, and collective action to address the Palestinian humanitarian and achieve sustainable peace. Despite challenges, there are opportunities for progress. The international community must address root causes like tackle poverty, inequality, and occupation, and promote people-to-people diplomacy, foster dialogue, and understanding between Israelis and Palestinians. Mr. President, it is also to be noted that on the 4th November 2024, Israel gave an official notification to United Nations on cancelling the agreement regulated with the United Nations agencies. Israel has cancelled all the agreement of the United Nations agencies and therefore shouldn't be considered as a sovereign state, as it also broke the articles of United Nations Charter. So we, the Republic of Niger, would like to say that we don't recognize the Israel as a sovereign state. Merci.
Thank you, Republic of Niger. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Jamaica to please make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we as the Republic of Jamaica joins with international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Wu Guan from Jamaica. The people of Palestine continue to face severe hardship, including limited access such as water, healthcare, and education. Jamaica believes that as global citizens, we share a responsibility to stand together, offering immediate support to alleviate this suffering. However, humanitarian aid done cannot achieve lasting peace. To foster true stability, a two-state solution that must ensure both Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side in dignity, safety, and mutual respect. We encourage all parties involved to embrace diplomacy and to work towards a future where all individuals in the region can realize their full potential. Jamaica calls upon all nations to join us in supporting both intermediate humanitarian aid along a long-term solution that addresses the root cause of the conflict. Together, we can pave a way for the future, peace, justice, and hope in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Jamaica. Now I request the following delegates to please occupy the seats in the front: the Arab Republic of Egypt, Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Republic of Cyprus, Kingdom of Cambodia, and the Federation of Malaysia. I request these delegates to please occupy the seats forward. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Denmark to please make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, it is with huge responsibility we, Denmark, remain steadfast in its commitment to international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. As a nation deeply rooted in the principles of justice, human rights, and multilateralism, we recognize the urgent need for collective action to alleviate suffering and foster lasting peace. First, Denmark is a strong supporter of humanitarian assistance in Palestine. We provide significant financial contributions to organizations such as UNRWA and UNICEF, ensuring vital services like healthcare, education, and food security reach vulnerable populations. Second, Denmark is actively promoting sustainable development in Palestine. Through our Danish-Arab Partnership Program, we support initiatives that empower local communities, strengthen democratic institutions, and enhance economic resilience. Finally, Denmark firmly believes that sustainable peace requires a two-state solution. We advocate for renewed diplomatic efforts to achieve a just and lasting solution based on international law. Denmark constantly engages in dialogue with both Israeli and Palestinian people, urging adherence to UN resolutions and the cessation of violence. In conclusion, Denmark reaffirms its dedication to international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and fostering sustainable peace in Palestine. Together, let us strive for a future where Palestinians and Israelis can live in dignity, security, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Denmark. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Arab Republic of Egypt to please make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we gather here today as the flame of war engulfed Gaza with innocent lives being extinguished at an unprecedented rate. What we witness is not merely a tragedy, but a systemic aggression that threatens the very fabric of international law and humanity's moral conscience. Egypt calls for a halt to the illegal Israeli settlement activities in the occupied Palestinian territories, which violates international laws and undermines prospect for peace. We call for 3 important steps. First, an unconditional ceasefire to end the bloodshed. Second, unhindered humanitarian access to ensure aid reaches in those in need. Third, addressing the root cause of the conflict, the occupation and denial of Palestinian rights. Sustainable peace can only come through justice. A sovereign Palestinian state based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Dignity, we urge this assembly to honor its commitment to the principles to the United Nations, to uphold the dignity of every human being, to protect the weak, and to ensure that international law prevails over aggression. In closing, let me remind you, the world is watching. History will judge us not by our words, but the courage of our action. Egypt remains committed to the peace and the dignity of all our people. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Egypt. Now I request the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania to please make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Mauritania stand before you with honor and privilege to discuss the critical issue of Palestine's ongoing humanitarian crisis and the essential role that international cooperation play in seeking sustainable peace. Mauritania has provided medical supplies, food aid and other essential resources to Palestinian communities. We have also supported the rebuilding of infrastructure in the Palestinian territories, particularly in Gaza, where years of conflict have devastated the economy and left families in dire need of support. The time for decisive is now. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Mauritania. Now I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of Cyprus to please make the statement.
Good afternoon, Honorable President, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We, the delegate of Republic of Cyprus. Cyprus stands firmly in support of the international community's efforts to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine. We are deeply concerned by the immense suffering of the Palestinian people and the toll of conflict, which has led to the loss of countless lives and disrupted the lives of many more. In this critical moment, it is essential that we prioritize humanitarian assistance, ensuring that aid reaches those in need particularly. Vulnerable communities, Cyprus calls for the delivery of aid to the aid and the protection of civilians in accordance with international law. Equally important is our commitment to promoting sustainable peace. The path to peace requires renewed international cooperation, dialogue and a just solution based on the principles of United Nations. Cyprus believes that a two-state solution achieved through peaceful negotiations remains the most viable way forward for a lasting and just resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Cyprus pledges to continue working alongside all nations to foster peace, stability, and humanitarian support to Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Cyprus. Next, I invite the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Cambodia to please make their statement.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for us to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the Kingdom of Cambodia. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the platform to engage in meaningful discussion that aim to strengthen our collective efforts for global peace, security and prosperity. Cambodia is a nation with a commitment to peace and cooperation. It is our shared responsibility to work together to find solutions that are equitable, sustainable and grounded in mutual respect. Let us reform our collective responsibility to protect the sovereignty, security and development of Palestine, ensuring that its rightful place in the international community is safeguarded. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Cambodia. I have 70 more speakers on the list. Are there any speakers on the floor? Those who have not at all given their name in the speakers list. Russia, your name is there in the speakers list.
If there are any more delegates who would like to add their name to the speakers list, now is the chance. And in case if you think your name hasn't been added, you can raise your place card and the secretariat will confirm whether your name is there or not.
Could you just raise your plug? Yeah.
Currently, we already have 140 speakers on the list. So there is no chance all of your names are not there.
Argentina, your name is there in the list.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Uzbekistan is there on the list. Republic of Vanuatu is there on the list.
President, if I may, you can read the list out so that there are no confusions, and then we'll make sure that if anyone else wants to speak, they can raise the place cards.
We have Lebanon, Zambia, Oman, Marshall Islands, Benin, Botswana, Belize, Liechtenstein, Vanuatu, Saint Lucia, Solomon Islands, Tanzania, Gambia, Hellenic Republic, Ecuador, Canada, Australia, India, Czech Republic, Djibouti, Costa Rica, Cameroon, Slovenia, Bolivia, Dominica, Grenada, the Union of Comoros, Republic of Chad, Spain, China, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Italy, Iraq, Ireland, Kuwait, Libya, Mongolia, Monaco, South Africa, Bhutan, Belgium, Maldives, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Kiribati, Republic of Kazakhstan, Latvia, Kyrgyzstan, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Micronesia, Republic of Estonia, Kingdom of Eswatini, Republic of Argentina, Angola, Uzbekistan, Namibia, Mexico, Rwanda, Saint Vincent and Grenadines, Republic of Chile, Armenia, Russia, El Salvador, Croatia, Cuba, Cote d'Ivoire, Dominican Republic, Bangladesh, Nepal, Uganda, Venezuela, Angola, Mauritius, Palau.
If there are any more delegates who are not on the list and have already not spoken, please raise your place cards. If you are interested in speaking, please raise your place cards. Volunteers, can we please note who the delegate is? I can't see your place card. Can you please tell me your delegation? Antigua and Barbados. Is it Antigua and Barbados? Antigua and Barbuda. Noted.
Antigua and Barbuda noted.
Any other delegates who wants to make a statement? We are closing the speaking list.
Yes, delegate of volunteer. Could you just please inquire on which delegate that is? Haiti.
Philippines is already on the list, right? Delegate of Philippines is already on the list.
No, No, Philippines is not on.
Please add the delegate of Philippines to the list.
Yeah, Philippines noted, Haiti noted, Haiti noted. Yes, delegate of Congo, Congo noted. Any other delegates who wishes to speak in the speakers list? Which country? El Salvador. El Salvador is there on the list.
Please pay attention when they are reading your names out so that you don't miss out, and we don't have time. We are running on a very tight schedule. We have 72. How many more speakers will be there on the list?
Almost 160.
160?
Total speakers 160.
How many more left? 80. Around 80.
Around 80, yes.
We have around 80 more speakers, and therefore we don't have time to spare. Now, we are declaring the speakers list closed. Thank you, everyone. Let's proceed with the proceedings. I would also like to request the secretary to please give us a list of added names to the speakers list so that we also have a list of it. Thank you.
I request the following speakers to please occupy the spaces in the front. Lebanese Republic, Republic of Zambia, Sultanate of Oman, Republic of Marshall Islands, and the Republic of Benin. Delegates, please occupy the seats in the front. I now request the distinguished representative of Lebanon to please make their statement.
Respected President and distinguished delegate, as the representative of Lebanon, I speak today about the needs of international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and security peace in Palestine. Lebanon is deeply affected by the religious challenges, understand the importance of the collective actions against Israel. Humans who want power, money, fame, killing the innocent citizens for one's personal greed. In the conclusion, we don't want any more people dying and any kids becoming orphans and women being widows. Lebanon stands firmly with the Palestinian people in their rights and self-determination. Israel should stop the war and the United Nations must take some action against Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Lebanon. Next, we have the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Zambia.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Zambia, stands in solidarity with the international community to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine. Every day, families endure immense suffering, deprived of essential resources and basic rights. We must act decisively to ensure humanitarian aid reaches those in need, unimpeded and effective coordination. Zambia firmly believes that sustainable peace can only be achieved through genuine dialogue, mutual respect and adherence to the international law. A two-state solution negotiated with full recognition of right and security of all parties remain critical to a just and lasting peace. We call upon the global community to enhance cooperation, support multilateral initiatives, and commit to the long-term development and stability of Palestine. Together, let us transform this crisis into an opportunity for hope, justice, and enduring peace. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Zambia. Next, I would like to invite the distinguished representative of the Sultanate of Oman.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, as the representative of the Sultanate of Oman, it is with a sense of urgent duty that I address this assembly on the critical issue facing Palestine, a humanitarian crisis that demands not only our attention but also our collective action towards sustainable peace. Firstly, addressing the humanitarian crisis in Palestine requires a robust international response. The people of Palestine face profound challenges: displacement, lack of healthcare, and severe restrictions on their economic life. This not only jeopardizes their welfare, but also hampers their right to the dignified existence. Secondly, sustainable peace in Palestine hinges on our collective will to support a fair and just resolution. We believe in the two-state solution that respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of both Palestine and Israel, with the rights of all individuals preserved and protected. In conclusion, Oman reiterates its commitment to playing a constructive role in fostering international cooperation, which is indispensable not only for addressing the immediate humanitarian needs in Palestine, but also in paving the way for ensuring peace and stability in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Oman. Next, we have the distinguished representative of the Republic of Marshall Islands to please make the statement.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the delegate of Cameroon as you are elected as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Respected President and distinguished delegates, we stand here to share Marshall Islands' stance on the ongoing Israeli-Palestine conflict. As we share a strong relationship with Israel, we can't be against them. Still, we vote for immediate action against this conflict. We don't want any more damages and deaths. We need peace. The Palestinian people have already suffered for decades. We need to find the root causes of this conflict and find solution for these causes. We don't want this conflict, and we don't want children being orphans, women being widows anymore. In this case, we take a neutral stance and vote for immediate action to end this conflict before we lose more lives and suffer more damages. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Marshall Islands. Now, I would like to request the delegate representing Republic of Benin to please make their statement.
Honorable Chair, Your Excellency, Mr. President. Honorable Chair, Your Excellency, Mr. President, esteemed delegate, we the delegate of Benin. Benin has long upheld a firm commitment to peace, human rights, and international cooperation. In the face of the Palestine crisis, Benin has constantly advocated for a peaceful resolution that respects rights and aspirations of Palestinians and Israelis. Through our engagement with the United Nations, Benin has voiced strong support for two-state solutions as the most viable path to a lasting peace and stability in the region. Benin has also supported resolutions condemning violence, promoting humanitarian aid to alleviate the suffering of those impacted by ongoing conflict. We believe that accommodate to dialogue, mutual respects, and all adherence to international law is essential. As a member of the global community, Benin stands ready to work with other nations towards a future where Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side in peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Benin. Now I request the following delegates to please occupy the space in the front. Delegate of China. I request the following delegates to please occupy the space in the front. China, Brazil, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Canada. Please occupy the space in the front. China, Brazil, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Canada. Now I would like to request the distinguished representative of China to please make their statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today honored to represent China to address the General Assembly of United Nations. As we gather in this esteemed forum, we are reminded of our collective responsibility to promote peace, stability, and cooperation among nations. In this spirit, I would like to address a pressing issue that demands our urgent attention: the humanitarian crisis and the quest for sustainable peace in Palestine. The Israel-Palestinian conflict is a long-standing issue that has brought untold suffering to the Palestinian people. China stands firmly with the Palestinian people in their pursuit of justice, dignity, and peace. We recognize Palestine's sovereignty and right to self-determination. China supports a two-state solution with Palestine and Israel living side by side in peace and security. China, which advocates a two-state solution, argues that the Palestinian people are fighting for national rights and that this should be supported to the end.
We advocate for an immediate ceasefire and protection of civilians. To this Palestinian people, I say your struggle is not alone. China stands with you. We will continue to work tirelessly with all countries to achieve a just and lasting solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative China. Now, I would like to invite the representative Brazil to please make their statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, most merciful and compassionate, Mr. President and the distinguished delegates, we, Federative Republic of Brazil, express deep concern regarding Israel-Palestine conflict. War does not determine who is right, only who is left. World is witnessing one of the greatest humanitarian crises in recent history. We condemn disproportionate use of force, settlement expansion, and blockades hindering humanitarian aid. The suffering of innocent civilians, particularly in Gaza, is unacceptable. The right to defense has become the right to revenge, which prevents an agreement to release hostages and postpone the ceasefire. Brazil reaffirms its strong and enduring support for the legitimate right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. We believe that peace and stability in the region can only be achieved with a viable state of Palestine coexisting side by side with Israel within secure, mutually agreed and internationally recognized borders. Brazil remains available to mutually contribute to initiatives and efforts towards a just and lasting efforts towards a less peacing between Israel and Palestine. Together, we can build a more just and equitable world. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, distinguished Representative Brazil. Now, I would like to request the distinguished Representative Bahrain to please make their statement.
Your Majesties, Highness and Excellencies, Your Excellency Mr. President of the General Assembly, we, the Kingdom of Bahrain, congratulate the President of the 79th General Assembly. It is my honor to be here today and convey to you the greetings and best wishes of the Majesty. Mr. President, 8 decades ago, at the dawn of the nuclear age, humanity found itself engulfed in a devastating war. The world was in a desperate need of order and a system of accountability and governance. The United Nations was created to become a pillar of stability. The Palestinian territory is beset by a protracted humanitarian crisis. The situation is exacerbated by the crippling scarcity of essential resources, including potable water, electricity, and medical supplies. Bahrain's steadfast commitment to the Palestinian causes is underscored by its tangible contribution. We have provided $10 million in humanitarian aid to UNWRA and supported Palestinian economic development. Deeply disturbed by the alarming escalation of violence against Palestinian civilians, which constitutes a clear case of genocide and future exacerbated by the Islamophobic rhetoric and actions, we urge the international community to take immediate action to hold Israel accountable for its action. In conclusion, Mr. President, Bahrain urges collective action to mitigate suffering, foster development, secure peace. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Representative Bahrain. Now, I would like to invite the representative of Saudi Arabia to make their statement.
Respected President, Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, we, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, believe that a humanitarian crisis in Palestine, marked by decades of conflict, displacement, and economic hardship, remains one of the world's most pressing challenges. International cooperation and sustainable development has been vital in providing humanitarian aid, fostering reconstruction, and advancing peace efforts. Organizations like UNRWA provide education, healthcare, and food assistance to millions of Palestinian refugees. Diplomatic efforts aim to advocate for a two-state solution. Saudi Arabia has been a leading supporter of the Palestinian cause. Saudi Arabia has also provided direct financial support to Palestinian Authority and funded infrastructure projects. Saudi institutions like KS Relief deliver food, healthcare and development programs to alleviate suffering. Arab Peace Initiative, proposed by Saudi Arabia in 2002, offers a roadmap for peace. The kingdom has consistently pushed for Palestinian statehood with East Jerusalem as its capital and condemned Israeli settlement activities. The Palestinian crisis underscores the need for global solidarity and justice. Saudi Arabia's unwavering support exemplifies the power of collective action in alleviating suffering and promoting peace. With continued international cooperation, there remains hope for a brighter future where Palestinians can live in dignity, freedom and prosperity. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite the representative of Ecuador and India to please occupy the seats in the front. Next, we have the representative of Canada.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests, I stand before you today as a profound representative of Canada, a nation deeply committed to upholding the values of peace, human rights and international cooperation. The humanitarian crisis in Palestine continues to be a source of profound concern for the international community. As delegates, we must prioritize a path towards peace, security and dignity for all individuals, regardless of their nationality or religion. The ongoing conflict in the region has led to devastating human suffering with countless lives lost, families displaced and communities torn apart. As Canada, we emphasize the urgent need for humanitarian assistance in Palestine, especially in Gaza, the West Bank and neighboring regions. We advocate for unhindered access for humanitarian organizations to deliver essential aid, including food, water, medical supplies and shelter to those affected by the violence. Through continued international cooperation, respect for human rights and unwavering commitment to dialogue, we can build a future where both Palestinians and Israelis can live in peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Canada. Now I would like to invite the distinguished representative of Ecuador to make the statement.
Thank you, President. First of all, I would like to congratulate the delegate of Cameroon on being elected as the President of General Assembly. Honorable President, distinguished delegates, Ecuador is a nation that has always valued peace and preservation of human dignity. Ecuador prioritizes non-intervention, multilateralism, human rights, fostering regional stability through international cooperation. It is an honor to address this esteemed assembly as the delegate of Ecuador, standing in solidarity with all those affected by the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. Ecuador calls for immediate and sustained international cooperation to provide humanitarian aid and to those in need, and to alleviate the hardship faced by the innocent civilians, especially women and children. However, humanitarian reliefs alone is not enough. True and lasting peace can only be achieved through a fair and just resolution to the Israel-Palestine conflict based on the two-state solution that respect the rights and aspirations of both the nations. Ecuador urges all the nations to unite in fostering dialogue, diplomacy, and respect for international law, and to bring about a peaceful and sustainable future for Palestine. Thank you.
Next, I would like to thank you, distinguished representative of Ecuador. I would like to invite the next 5 speakers to the front. The Republic of Botswana, Belize, Principality of Liechtenstein, Vanuatu and Saint Lucia. Delegates representing these countries, please come forward.
One second, delegate. May I take a moment? The delegate of Cameroon is officiating as the president, and the president has expressed a desire to make a prepared statement as well. Regularly, usually in UN what happens is, it's a group of people who represent one nation. If you have seen the videos on YouTube or archives, you can see that it's at least 5 to 6 people representing one nation. But since we have given one country to one delegate, the President has requested to make a prepared statement as well. So in his place, the delegate of United Kingdom, who is supposed to be the President for Security Council, will be taking over for the duration of maybe 10 or 12 statements that are being made. In the meantime, the President will be presenting their prepared statement. That is what is happening here. This is not how it usually happens, but since the delegate has expressed an interest to make a prepared statement, we will be giving him that opportunity. All right? Yes. Over to you, President. It will be the delegate of United Kingdom.
I now request the distinguished delegate of India to make the statement.
Thank you, President. Peace is a basic human right as it provides a foundation for security, equality, and freedom. It enables individuals to live without fear, to thrive, and to exercise their other rights, promoting overall well-being and social harmony. Our country's commitment to non-violence, as advocated by Mahatma Gandhi, influences our foreign policy, promoting diplomacy, dialogue, and conflict resolution in international relations. The Israel-Palestine conflict that has been happening for the last few years had a profound impact, causing widespread loss of life, disrupting the peaceful harmony between civilians. The following incidents have violated the international humanitarian law, which states to limit the effects of war on civilians. But this have been disrupted by the huge violation of human rights caused during this war. Our country's approach remains focused on promoting peace, security, and rights of both Israelis and Palestinians. India has constantly supported civilians of war-affected areas through humanitarian aid with food and infrastructure. It offers scholarships and financial assistance to refugees. India advocates for the rights of refugees, emphasizing peaceful resolution to return to their homes. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of India. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Botswana to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Botswana, stands as a nation deeply committed to the principles of peace, justice, and human dignity. In the context of the Palestinian crisis, Botswana has consistently called for a peaceful and equitable resolution that recognizes the rights of both Palestinians and Israelis. At the United Nations, Botswana has supported efforts aimed at promoting dialogue, de-escalating violence, and delivering humanitarian aid to those affected by the ongoing conflict. We firmly believe in a two-state solution that upholds international law and allows both peoples to coexist in peace and security. Botswana has joined with other nations in supporting the resolutions that condemn violence and prioritize human rights. As a nation with a proud history of peaceful conflict resolution, we urge all parties to engage in meaningful dialogue and commit to a peaceful path forward. Botswana stands with a global
We recognize that humanitarian aid alone is insufficient for lasting peace. Bill supports a just and resolution for lasting peace. Bill supports a just and resolution based on international law, human rights, and right to self-determination for people of Palestine. We firmly believe in a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist peacefully and securely within recognized borders. The United Nations must continue to lead efforts for peace, while all member states must commit to upholding international law, facilitating dialogues, and supporting Palestine development. Only through cooperation we can achieve a future of peace, security, and dignity for all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Belize for their statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of the Principality of Liechtenstein to make their statement.
Mr. President and distinguished delegate, we are here to support international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. The people who are there in both countries is suffering from the attack to each other, and the people of both has the right to live in peace, security and shelterful in the world. The only solution is the two-state solution, that both states has to end the destructive idea to harm each other and also come to an end. As a small country in Europe, we are neutral in supporting both Ukraine and Palestine. But now as then, we are supporting the Palestine. Peace is also needed in this war for ending also as a new beginning. We call upon all countries to work together. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Principality of Liechtenstein for their statement. The next 5 speakers in my list is the delegates of Cameroon, Bhutan, of Vanuatu to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Vanuatu, stand in a commitment to the international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. We are deeply concerned about the ongoing situation in Palestine. As a small island nation, we are also championing about the principal law of justice, peace, and human dignity. Humanitarian crisis in Palestine is a stark reminder to give more importance to human rights, peace building, and sustainable development in conflict zones. We call upon an end to the survival of the Palestinian people and to create a long-lasting political solution based on the two-state solution. Furthermore, the need for a sustainable development in this region, which can only be achieved when all the parties respect the international law. As a member of the global community, we reaffirm that the commitment to the international peace and justice for all who were suffering there. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu. I now request the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, Mr. President and esteemed delegates, we, the delegate of St. Lucia, a small nation that values peace, justice, and human dignity. The ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine continues to be a profound tragedy impacting the lives of millions and destabilizing the region. St. Lucia firmly believes that the international community must unite in addressing both the immediate humanitarian needs and the long-term challenges that fuel conflict. We call for an immediate cessation of violence and for an unhindered access to humanitarian assistance to those in dire need. The people of Palestine, like all people, deserve security, basic human rights, and the opportunity to live in peace and dignity. Furthermore, sustainable peace can only be achieved through dialogue, mutual recognition, and a commitment to a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine exist side by side in peace and security. We'll call for a renewed commitment to the implementation of international law, the protection of human rights, and the fulfillment of long-standing United Nations resolution. St. Lucia stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine, and we urge all nations here today to prioritize diplomacy, humanitarian aid, and a peace that lasts forever. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia for their statement. I now request the distinguished delegate of Cameroon to make the statement.
Greetings, Mr. President and distinguished delegates. The delegation representing Cameroon here. First and foremost, we would like to reaffirm our unwavering support for Israel's right to self-defense while advocating for a peaceful and just solution for all parties involved. We would also like to express our support for initiatives by international organizations like the UNRWA to provide essential services like food, shelter, and medical care to the Palestinians. Mr. President, please note, we have identified certain problems related to the issue in hand. Firstly, it's a lack of freedom to move. Restrictions on movement, including blockades and checkpoints, severely impact the daily lives of civilians and hinder access to essential services. Secondly, it's a lack of regional cooperation. Lack of cooperation with regional organizations is very important. It's a very important barrier in fostering international cooperation. We have also developed certain solutions to solve these issues. Firstly, we would like to call for the easing of movement restrictions to allow for the free flow of goods and humanitarian aid in Gaza in line with UNSC Resolution 1860. Secondly, we would also like to promote cooperation between the UN and regional organizations such as, for an example, the African Union and the League of Arab States under the mandate of Article 52 of the Charter to address the humanitarian crisis and promote peace in Palestine. Finally, we would also like to call international legal bodies such as ICC or the International Criminal Court to take steps to investigate and prosecute individuals responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Delegates of the world community, delegations from different countries, please note, the world is currently in conflict. The world is in a very conflicted situation, and diplomats from different countries, diplomats from different delegations, diplomats who want the world to be in peace. Let us remember one thing: we need to stand for peace. We need to support each and every country, and we identify that as diplomacy. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cameroon for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Bhutan to make the statement.
Honorable Chairs, distinguished delegates, today as we gather under the banner of international cooperation, we must reframe our collective responsibility to address humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace. For Bhutan, guided by our values of compassion and aggressive national happiness, we believe in the power of dialogues, mutually respect and solidarity. In Palestine, decide of suffering and unsustainable demand action. Bhutan stands with the global community in advocating our peaceful resources through diplomacy, address to international law and the two-state solution that respect the right and aspiration of all people. Through the UN agenda, let us strengthen humanitarian aid, empower development and ensure sustainable solution. Through we can turn challenges into opportunities and foster a world where peace is not just a dream, but shared reality. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bhutan for the statement. Next, I request the distinguished delegate of Somalia to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, we as the delegate of Somalia strongly support the UN agenda of international cooperation to address humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace in Palestine. As a nation that has endured its own struggles, we deeply empathize with the challenges faced by the Palestinian people and reaffirm our solidarity with pursuit of justice and self-determination. We urge the international community to ensure the swift delivery of humanitarian aid, prioritizing the most vulnerable population, including women and children. Somalia also emphasizes the importance of dialogue and adherence to international law as the foundation for achieving a just and lasting peace. It is imperative that we work collectively to end violence, uphold human rights, and support a two-state solution that guarantees security, dignity, and prosperity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Somalia remains committed to fostering cooperation and contributing to global efforts for a peaceful and just resolution in Palestine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Somalia for the statement. I now request the distinguished delegate of Ireland to make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Republic of Ireland is a privilege and responsibility to stand before you to discuss an issue that has long been at the heart of international diplomacy, peace building and humanitarian action, the ongoing crisis in Palestine. Ireland, as a steadfast advocate for human rights, justice and peace, believes that the plight of the Palestinian people is not just a regional concern but a global one. The suffering endured by civilians, the widespread displacement and the destruction of homes, infrastructure and essential services are direct affront to our shared values of human dignity, security and equality. Ireland is deeply committed to address immediate humanitarian needs to the Palestinian people. Ireland firmly believes that sustainable peace can only be achieved through a negotiated two-state solution based on the principles of international law. Let us not delay in our collective responsibility to create a future where peace, justice and human dignity are not mere aspiration, but a reality for all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Ireland. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Solomon Islands to make the statement.
Honorable President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, as a peace-loving country, we reiterate our standing position of condemning all wars around the world and call for a diplomatic solution. On the conflict in Palestine, Solomon Islands condemns all the violence and carnage from all parties, including the terror attack on Israel by Hamas. The suffering and collective punishment on the Gaza population by Israel has claimed more than 41,000 Palestinians' lives in less than a year. This is unacceptable. The disregard for international law and humanitarian law have seen the matter referred to the International Court of Justice. We hope those with influence do more for peace and not fan the flame of expanding conflict into Lebanon. Solomon Islands reiterates its long-standing position of the Palestine conflict and support the global push for two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side with secure borders and complete peace. We affirm that this peace must be based on the established principle of international law, including UN Security Council Resolution 242338, the rights of Palestinian people to self-determination and recognition of Israel's right to exit with secure and recognized borders. The Solomon Islands calls for an immediate end to all form of violence and for the protection of all civilians under humanitarian law. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Solomon Islands for the statement. The next 5 speakers in my list are the delegate of United Republic of Tanzania, Republic of Gambia, Republic of Greece, Commonwealth of Australia, Czech Republic. You are requested to seat near the side.
I request the delegate of Tanzania to make the statement, and in the meantime there will be the switch back of presidents. Delegate of Cameroon has made their statement, so they will be reinstated back as a president. Thank you, delegate of UK, for being the acting president. Back to your places. Thank you. Over to you, delegate of Tanzania.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we, the distinguished delegate of United Republic of Tanzania, as a member of the non-aligned movement and a strong advocate for African solidarity, frequently reaffirms its support for Palestine's right to self-determination and independence. Tanzania often calls for enhanced international humanitarian aid to alleviate the suffering of Palestinians, particularly in Gaza and the West Bank, where blockades and ongoing conflict have resulted in significant humanitarian challenges. This includes the support for UN agencies like the United Nations Relief and Work Agencies, which provide vital services to Palestinian refugees. Mr. President, the Tanzanian government stresses the importance of multilateral cooperation in addressing global humanitarian crises, underlining the role of the United Nations and regional organizations in providing humanitarian aid, supporting peace efforts, and ensuring that human rights are protected. At last but not least, Tanzania's comment on the United Nations General Assembly agenda related to addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine would focus on continued support for Palestinian rights, humanitarian aid, and the necessity of peaceful resolution through dialogue and international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Tanzania. Next, I would like to invite the representative of the Republic of Gambia to make their statement.
Respected President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Gambia, stands before you to address about the ongoing crisis and promoting sustainable peace, particularly for the people of Palestine. Peace and human rights are mandatory and should be protected. During this major destruction, innumerable of people have lost their lives, including women and children, many being injured and losing the basic needs of life like food, water, and shelter. It's such a shame that even the United Nations couldn't put this to an end. We, a small country in Africa, despite being one of the poorest, we will continue to actively contribute in all funds raised by the UN along with the OIC. We support a two-state solution which benefits both the countries and will secure margins between them. In conclusion, let us all stand together and make this world a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Gambia. Next, we would like to invite the distinguished representative of the Hellenic Republic to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate, we the delegate of Greece would like to address about the ongoing crisis in Palestine. A number of attacks and many hostages are captured and keep a two-state solution is mandatory here, benefiting both the countries and secure recognized borders. Greece stand actively in supporting human rights and freedom with the United Nations and NATO. Greece will continuously support and benefit both the Israelis and Palestine. In conclusion, Greece will contribute much more and will promote sustainable peace and security to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Greece. Next, we would like to invite the distinguished representative of the Commonwealth of Australia to make their statement.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we, the delegate of Australia, stand in solidarity with the global community in our commitment to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people and to foster an environment in which peace, security and dignity are not just aspirations but achievable realities. Australia is actively involved in development initiatives aimed at building resilience. We have funded water and sanitation projects, improving access to clean water for communities across Gaza. This effort addresses one of the core challenges faced by the Palestinians, access to safe water. Our programs also include vocational training to create job opportunities and reduce dependency on aid, empowering Palestinians to rebuild their lives and communities. Australia believes that the international community has a duty to stand together and address this crisis with compassion and resolve. We call upon the UN General Assembly to prioritize humanitarian access, ensure the protection of all civilians, and support pathways to a just and lasting peace. Let us reaffirm our commitment to peace and human dignity. Together with international cooperation and unwavering dedication, we can bring hope and stability to the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Czech Republic. So the next 5 speakers on the list would be Djibouti, Costa Rica, Spain, Slovenia, and Bolivia.
Honorable President, esteemed delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Czech Republic, deeply concerned about the enduring humanitarian crisis and promoting the sustainable peace in Palestine. The situation demands urgent international cooperation. The Palestinian people have suffered for decades, entering conflict, displacement, and deprivation. The ongoing humanitarian crisis, marked by poverty, food insecurity, and limited access to essential services, is a stark reminder of the urgent need for action. Sustainable peace in Palestine is not merely a distant dream, but a necessity for the region and the world. It requires a comprehensive and just solution that addresses the root causes of the conflict. International cooperation is essential to facilitate dialogue, promote coordination, and build trust between the parties involved. We call upon the international community to prioritize humanitarian aid, facilitate political dialogue, promote human rights, and support sustainable development. By working together, we can help bring a future where peace, justice, and human dignity prevail in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Djibouti.
Honorable President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We, the distinguished delegate of Djibouti, stands before this assembly to emphasize the critical importance of international cooperation in addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis and fostering sustainable peace in Palestine. The persistent conflict has brought unimaginable suffering and hardship to countless innocent men, women, and children. It is our shared duty as members of the international community to respond with compassion and decisive action. Djibouti calls for coordinated humanitarian aid to elevate the dire needs of those affected, ensuring access to essential resources such as food, clean water, medical services, and education. Yet, humanitarian assistance is still not efficient. We must renew our collective efforts towards a peaceful resolution grounded in justice, respect for international law, and recognition of the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. Djibouti urges all stakeholders to engage in meaningful dialogue and support a two-state solution that guarantees peace, security, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Let's act together, not in words but in deeds, to bring an end to the suffering and pave the way for the lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Costa Rica.
Bino respectado Presidente, alle delegados. We, the Republic of Costa Rica, are completely sided with Palestine and do not recognize Sovereign State of Israel. We respect that Israel is trying to self-defend itself from the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023. But now, Israel is now going on a full-blown genocidal war on the civilians of Palestine. We are agitated that the most UN humanitarian aid supply are being cut off by a blockade of Israeli by claiming those who are occupied territory. We have been funding UNRWA to give aid on Palestine. We urge for all countries to stop sparking another world war. Thank you and have a nice.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Slovenia.
Toh Pradhan Sportstivani Varno Snega Sweta. Honorable President, Mr. Secretary General, how many more lives must be lost? How many more generations must grow up in the fear of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? We, the delegate of Slovenia, strongly condemns in the relentless violence and the tragic loss of the innocent civilians. This conflict is not only a failure of diplomacy, but a tragic failure of us humanity. Slovenia has taken firm steps supporting Palestinians' recognition at the UN and promoting equal rights to both the Israel and the Palestine under the international law. Slovenia has also taken firm steps supporting Palestinians' recognition at the UN. Alongside our EU partners, we have called for an immediate ceasefire and reowned efforts at our peace. We also stand committed at the two-state solution, one that ensures sovereign territories, peaceful coexistence, and secure borders for both the nations. Let us say this out loud and clear. Stop the bloodshed. Stop the suffering. Bring back the hostages home and end the occupation. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Spain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen of the UN Assembly. Peace without democracy is peace of jails. In 2 decades, the number of conflicts in the world is growing. We are seeing an increase in the number of victims, the wounded, the maimed, and also growing economic impact of violence. Spain will increase in humanitarian aid and funding on recovery and reconstruction focused on food, water, and energy. Spain condemns in the strongest terms of death of innocent civilians and consequently wish to call for de-escalation, detonate, and diplomacy. Spain appeals for a ceasefire, the release of hostages, and the access of humanitarian aid. Also, it is urgent to apply a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine to coexist side by side in peace and security. We will continue to support endeavor to achieve a mutually acceptable solution which abides by law and exists within the UN framework. International humanitarian law must be respected as we must put an end to the conflict in Gaza and tackle the root causes of Israeli-Palestine conflict. Spain committed to continue doing everything it can to provide a humanitarian aid to the Gazan population. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to invite the following 5 speakers to occupy the seats in the front. The Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, Union of Comoros, Republic of Chad, and the Italian Republic. Please occupy the seats in the front. Next, we have the delegate of Bolivia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates. Bolivia stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine in enduring struggle for justice, peace, and dignity. The ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine, compounded by years of conflict, occupation, and displacement, demands our collective action. We must recognize that sustainable peace cannot be achieved without the restoration of fundamental human rights, self-determination, and dignity of Palestine. Bolivia believes that international cooperation is crucial in addressing the root causes of this crisis. We call for a ceasefire, ensuring a viable, independent Palestine alongside a secure Israel. Bolivia stands ready to work with any country to ensure that peace, justice, and dignity prevail in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, it gives me immense pleasure as the delegate of Commonwealth of Dominica to stand before this esteemed assembly to speak about international cooperation in about humanitarian crisis and peace in Palestine. The Commonwealth of Dominica stands firm in its commitment to international cooperation and addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Our small island nation, though modest in size, holds an unwavering belief in principles of justice, human dignity, and the right of all people to live in peace and security. Dominica calls upon the international community to reinforce its commitment to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter and relevant resolution. The protection of civilians, especially women, children, and vulnerable population, must remain a priority. We appeal to all nations to work collaboratively to de-escalate tension, cease hostilities, and create an environment conducive to peace and installation. As a small developing state, the Commonwealth of Dominica contributes by amplifying the voice of those suffering and advocating for equality and justice on international platform, and urges Israel and Palestine for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Grenada.
Honorable President and distinguished guest, as the representative of Grenada, I am honored to highlight our unwavering commitment to international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace, particularly in the Palestinian context. Though small in size, Grenada stands firm in its belief that in advocating for justice and human dignity, Grenada advisely supports global humanitarian initiatives, emphasizing the importance of equitable access to basic populations in Palestine. Through collaboration with international alleviate suffering and rebuild communities affected by the prolonged crisis. Moreover, Grenada consistently advocates for dialogue and peaceful negotiations with the United Nations on mutual respect, adherence to international law, and a commitment to coexistence. Grenada stands united with the global community in fostering an environment where peace is not just a hope, but a reality for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of the Union of Comoros.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of the Union of Comoros, address this assembly on the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine. Comoros has always supported principles of peace, territorial integrity, and right for sovereignty. The conflict between Israel and Palestine has caused immense human suffering, with thousands dead and even more displaced. In the past, the UN and its member states have made many efforts, including sanctions, peace talks, and calls for ceasefire. Despite these efforts, the war continues with several severe global and economic consequences, especially for developing countries like Comoros. While Comoros does not have direct military role in the ongoing conflict, it has contributed through diplomacy, humanitarian aid, support for multilateral peacekeeping, and conflict resolution. Comoros' stance is in its commitment to international peace, respect for sovereignty, and right for solidarity by those affected by the war. The Union of Comoros is steadfast in its belief that only through diplomacy, dialogue, and international cooperation can we achieve peace in Palestine. With this, I end my words. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Comoros. Next, I request the delegate of Republic of Chad to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, we the distinguished delegate of Republic of Chad, a nation deeply committed to justice, peace, and international solidarity. As a nation, the immense suffering faced by Palestinian people and believes that it is our collective responsibility to address the humanitarian crisis with compassion and urgency. We strongly support this United Nations effort to provide humanitarian assistance to protect the fundamental right of the Palestinian people. We believe that sustainable peace in the region can only be achieved through the just resolution to this long-standing conflict. We support a two-state solution with an independent Palestine existing peacefully alongside Israel, based on the 1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. We call upon the international community to join together in promoting peace and justice, advocating for a resolution that ensure security, dignity, and self-determination for all. Let us work together to end the suffering and to establish a foundation for lasting peace in Palestine and the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Chad. Next, I would like to request the following speakers to please occupy the space in the front. Republic of Iraq, Republic of Ireland, Kuwait, Belgium, and Libya.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate,
We, the Italian Republic, stand before you to talk about international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Italy has constantly provided humanitarian aid to Palestine, both bilaterally and through its involvement in international organizations. Italy has provided technical and financial support to Palestinian institutions, assisting with capacity building of Palestinian Authority, particularly to help improve governance and public administration. Italy firmly believes that sustainable peace can only be achieved through a negatively two-state solution based on international law, mutual recognition and security for both Israel and Palestine. Dialogue is not violence, just be guide the way forward. Italy remains commitment to his effort based on dialogue, respect for international law and the vision of two states living side by side in peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Italy. Next, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Republic of Iraq to make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of the Republic of Iraq stand before you today to highlight our enduring commitment in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. The ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict has not only de-established the region, but has also caused profound suffering to the Palestinian population. Our commitment to humanitarian aid has been one of its most prominent contributions to Palestine. We have consistently provided financial and material support to Palestinian refugees. We have actively participated in regional and global forums to ensure that the Palestinian cause remains at the center of the international agenda. Our country has endured years of war and turmoil, and we know that peace is not a mere absence of war, but the establishment of justice, dignity, and security for all people. We remain resolute in our commitment to the Palestinian cause. Let us unite in our support for Palestine, recognizing that peace in this region is not a moral obligation, but a key to the broader stability and prosperity of the entire Middle East and the world. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Delegate of Iraq. Next, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Republic of Ireland to make their statement.
The delegate of Ireland has already made a statement. We don't have the 5 speakers who were called up next. Can you please come forward and take your seats in the front? Can you please repeat the list?
The list goes like this. The next 5 speakers are Kuwait, Belgium, Libya, Mongolia, and Monaco. Kuwait.
Can the delegates please stand? Can you please come forward? Are you making prepared statements? Please come forward. We don't have time to lose. We are running on a very tight schedule. I'm repeating it again and again because we really don't have time to lose. Can you please repeat the list once again? We only have one
delegate of Kuwait.
You are the delegate of Kuwait? Morocco. Delegate of Kuwait? We don't have a delegate of Kuwait. Next. You are the delegate of Kuwait? All right. Please hold on. We need 5 more names, please.
Delegate of Belgium.
Please come forward.
Followed by delegate of Libya. Delegate of Libya.
We got one. And?
Mongolia.
One more.
Monaco.
Monaco is already there. Thank you. Please pay attention when the president is calling your names out and make sure that we don't have, we don't lose time like this. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum, Honorable President and distinguished delegates. We, the state of Kuwait, has constantly taken a firm stance in support of international cooperation to address humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace, particularly concerning the Palestinian causes. Kuwait provides significant humanitarian aid to Palestine through contributions of agencies like the United Nations Relief and Work Agency, which supports Palestinian refugees. It has also advocated for accountable through international cooperation, urging the international community to hold parties accountable for actions that worsen the humanitarian situation. Kuwait frequently uses the diplomatic influence with organizations like United Nations, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the Arab League to support peace, rally support for Palestine. Kuwait's stance reflects a commitment to both humanitarian support, a diplomatic efforts aimed in achieving a just and lasting peace in Palestine, aligned with international framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Kuwait. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate of Belgium to please make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, Belgium believes that addressing this ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine requires urgent and unified international cooperation. As we all know, Palestinian people have endured immense hardship, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches all in the country. We Belgium have been through a lot. We have learned a lot through our trials and tribulations. With the help of the United Nations, we were able to pull ourselves back from a war as a nation through partnership and multilateralism dialogue. We bring to the table of the General Assembly on how Belgium can be a bridge of peace and security through multilateralism around the world. We were able to solve our problems and after all the conflicts and wars by speaking on the table. I am sad and disappointed to announce, Mr. President, the current structure of the United Security Council is outdated and fails to reflect today's world. Countries with their vast resources and contributions to global peacekeeping remains without a permanent and a non-permanent seat, a historical injustice that must be corrected. Belgium, alongside the African Union, demands 2 permanent seats with veto rights and additional non-permanent seats for any country, not only to balance power, but to ensure that our voices shape decisions affecting the entire world. This reform is urgent as we speak problems that are unfairly impacting our continent. In areas like Sahel, Africa is working hard to create peace, but issues around the world in places like Gaza, Sudan and Ukraine need our input too. Belgium believes that a more inclusive UN can bring real solutions that respect the needs of each region. So I ask you to stand with us, support these changes and help create a United Nations that is true, that is fair for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Belgium. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate of Libya to make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, we believe that the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine demands immediate and decisive action from international community. The Palestinian people have endured decades of suffering marked by violence, displacement, and denial of fundamental rights. It's necessary upon us to uphold the principles of international law and human rights, ensuring that the Palestinian people have granted dignity, security, and self-determination they rightfully deserve. We call for enhanced multiple efforts to provide urgent humanitarian aid as well as long-term solutions that address the roots causes of conflicts. Dear distinguished delegate, it's time for you to show action and non-words. Nearly a year will pass. The inability of international community, especially the Security Council, should stop these atrocities and reach a ceasefire, and the silence of many of you is what allowed of killing of 10,000s, injuring hundreds of thousands, and displacement almost 2 million and spread of fame and diseases. Now, let us work together as a global community and create a future where peace, justice, stability prevail for all, and where the human needs of Palestinian people have endured urgency and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Libya. Next, I would like to request the Delegate of Mongolia to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the Republic of Mongolia, address this assembly with a profound sense of urgency regarding the humanitarian crisis and the pursuit of sustainable peace in Palestine. Mongolia have committed to peace and multilateralism, which emphasizes the importance of collective international efforts to address the sufferings of civilians and to ensure long-lasting stability in the region. Mongolia also urges this global community to revitalize peace negotiations based on dialogue, justice, and mutual respect, with the goal of achieving a two-state solution that respects the sovereignty of both Israel and Palestine. Sustainable peace is inseparable from sustainable development. Investment in education, infrastructure, and economic opportunities are critical for empowering Palestinian communities and fostering resilience. Mongolia stands ready to support multilateral efforts to achieve these goals and uphold the principles of humanity and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Mongolia. Next, I would like to invite the next 5 speakers to occupy the seats in the front. Delegate of South Africa, followed by Maldives, followed by Zimbabwe, followed by Nigeria, followed by Kenya. I would like to request the delegate of Monaco to make their statement.
I request those 5 delegates to please come to the front of the stage, in front of the stage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Chair, Mr. President, esteemed delegates, we, the delegates of Monaco, firmly believe in the importance of international cooperation addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace, particularly in regions like Palestine. As a small yet committed nation, Monaco underscores the necessity of dialogues and collaboration among the states. International organization and civil society cultivate the suffering and foster stability. We stress the urgency of ensuring the humanitarian aids reaching those in the needs, with a focus on supporting vulnerable population, including women and children. Monaco also emphasized the need for sustainable development as a foundation for peace, aligning with principles of the UN agenda. Those multilateral efforts, we must prioritize the diplomacy, mutual respect, adherence, international law to achieve just and lasting resolution for Palestine. Monaco stand ready to contribute to these efforts, advocating for peace and shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Monaco. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate of South Africa to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we the delegates of South Africa. South Africa remains deeply committed to the principles of international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crises and promoting sustainable peace, particularly in Palestine. Rooted in our own history of overcoming oppression, we stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in their pursuit of justice, dignity, and self-determination. We urge the global community to uphold international law and ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid to those in dire need. South Africa calls for a renewed focus on inclusive dialogue, the cessation of violence, and the establishment of two-state solution as envisioned in UN resolutions. True peace cannot exist without justice, and we encourage the UN and all member states to prioritize equitable and sustainable solutions that honor the humanity of all involved. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to these efforts, standing firmly for peace, solidarity, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. Next, we have the Delegate of Maldives. I would like to request Delegate of Maldives to make their statement.
Delegate of Maldives, let's move on.
Next, I would like to request the Delegate of Zimbabwe to make their statement.
I would also like to bring to your attention that once your name has been called out, twice we are already calling your name out, and if you're still not showing up, you won't be given the chance to speak. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Zimbabwe, would like to address the commitment to international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace. Regarding the humanitarian crisis in Palestine, we emphasize the need for peaceful resolution, respecting the rights of all parties involved. As global citizen, we have shared responsibility to uphold human rights and principle of international law. Zimbabwe calls for effort to address humanitarian needs, ensuring access to food, healthcare, and shelter for those who are affected. We urge all parties to ensure the sustainable peace is achieved through justice and mutual respect. Zimbabwe remains a supporter of the United Nations agenda for sustainable development and peace building. We stand with the Palestinian people and ready to work with the international community to promote a just lasting solution. And we look forward to working with all members states to promote peace and stability for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate to Zimbabwe. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate to Nigeria to make their statement.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to reaffirm committed to the values of humanity, solidarity and peace. As proud member of the international community, Nigeria stands firmly with the United Nations in its agenda for addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. The Palestinian peoples have endured profound suffering, and it is collectively duty to support efforts that uphold their human rights and dignity. Nigeria emphasizes that importance of international cooperation in providing humanitarian assistance, rebuilding infractions, and fostering dialogue for just and lasting solution. We call for renewed effort for promoting the two-state solution, ensuring the of Palestine and Israel in the peace and security. Let's unite, transform despair to hope, ensuring that peace in Palestine became a reality for future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, I would like to invite the next 5 speakers to occupy the seats in the front. Delegates of Kiribati, Republic of Kazakhstan, Latvia, Kyrgyzstan, and the Lao People's Democratic Republic. Delegates, please occupy the seats in the front. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Kenya to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Kenya stands in solidarity with the international community in addressing the humanitarian crisis affecting Palestine and remains committed to promoting sustainable peace in the region. Rooted in our own experience with peace building and reconciliation, Kenya believes deeply in the power of international cooperation and dialogue to resolve conflicts and support vulnerable population. Kenya has supported UN initiatives that provide critical humanitarian aid to Palestinian communities, emphasizing food security, healthcare, and access to education. Through our contributions to UN agencies such as the United Nations Relief and Work Agencies, we aim to alleviate the suffering of those affected by this crisis, ensuring they have the resources to live with dignity. Moreover, Kenya champions efforts that bring together diverse voices to promote peace and stability, encouraging mediation and a balanced, just approach to conflict resolution. Our commitment to a two-state solution reflects our belief that peace and coexistence are achievable goals, fostering a future where both Palestinians and Israelis can live in security and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Kenya. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate of Kiribati to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we the delegate of Kiribati, we stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine in the face of ongoing humanitarian crisis and the devastating impact of conflict. As a small island nation, we know the importance of international cooperation and the urgent need to respond to crisis with the compassion and urgency. The situation in Palestine demands our collectivity attention. Civilians continue to suffer from displacement, violence, and a lack of access to basic needs. Kiribati stands ready, calls for increased humanitarian aids to address the immediate needs of the Palestinian people. We believe that a just and sustainable peace in the Middle East can only be achieved through dialogue, respect for international law, and a two-state solution where both Israel and Palestine live in peace and security. Kiribati stands ready to support international efforts for peace, justice, and humanitarian assistance, and we call on the global community to act with urgency and commitment to end this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Kiribati. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Kazakhstan to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Kazakhstan emphasize the need for a balanced. Kazakhstan stands here today as a committed advocate for peace and stability, especially conflicts like the Palestine-Israel crisis. As a nation with a unique position bridging East and West, Kazakhstan draws on its deep-rooted values of diplomacy and cooperation to contribute meaningful to the UN's peace-building efforts. Today, Kazakhstan emphasizes the need for a balanced and fair approach that both Palestine and Israel aspiration for security and sovereignty. We urge all stakeholders to uphold human rights, promote trust, and build a sustainable foundation for a just and lasting peace. Kazakhstan is ready to support UN initiative by offering platforms for dialogue and mobilizing humanitarian assistance, embodying our commitment to a world free and fair violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Kazakhstan. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Latvia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, we the delegate of Latvia stands firmly committed to addressing the humanitarian crisis in Palestine and promoting sustainable peace in region. We believe that the path to lasting peace requires respect for international law, human rights, and the dignity of people. Latvia has consistently supported initiatives to provide humanitarian aid to those affected by the ongoing conflict and has contributed to UN agencies' work on the ground, such as UNRWA. We also advocate for a two-state solutions where both Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace and security. Latvia continues to collaborate with international partners, emphasizing the importance of dialogues, trust building, and a comprehensive negotiated resolution that ensures the protection of civilians and respects the rights of all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Kyrgyzstan to make their statement.
Honorable President, designate delegates, Kyrgyzstan reforms its commitment to international cooperation for peace and stability. We support a two-state solution, recognition Palestine's right to state hold along Israel. As a member that has expanded conflicts, Kyrgyzstan understand the importance of reorganizations and compromise. We agree all parties negotiate in good faith. Kazakhstan commends under United National Relief and Works Agencies efforts and supports, encourage aid, economic development thought, recognition cooperation is crucial. And finally, as a member of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation and the Organization of Turkic States, Kazakhstan embraces the importance of international solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I would like to invite the next 5 speakers to occupy the seats in the front. Delegate of Micronesia, Kingdom of Eswatini, Republic of Estonia, Republic of Argentina, and Republic of Angola. Please occupy the seats in the front. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Lao People's Democratic Republic to make their statement.
Thank you, President. Honorable Chairman, distinguished delegates. As the representative and delegate of the Lao People Democratic Republic, I am honored to reaffirm our nation's commitment to international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and fostering sustainable peace. Laos, a country built on principle of solidarity and resilience, believes that collective action is the cornerstone of resolving conflicts and alleviating human suffering. In regard to the Palestinian crisis, Laos stands with the global community in supporting a peaceful resolution that ensures security, dignity, and rights for all. We advocate for humanitarian support that provides immediate relief to those affected while also addressing the underlying issue fueling this conflict. Our nation emphasizes the importance of multilateral efforts and dialogue, as we believe that sustainable peace can only be achieved through cooperation and mutual respect among nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we would like to invite the Delegate of Micronesia to make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, the Federated States of Micronesia recognize the importance of international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and fostering sustainable peace in Palestine. As a nation committed to the global peace and stability, we believe that every effort must be made to protect civilians and support the fundamental rights of all people. Micronesia calls on international community to work together and provide humanitarian assistance, encourage dialogue and promote a fair of peaceful resolution. We stand solidarity with efforts and aim to build lasting peace, stability and dignity for both the Palestinian and Israeli peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we would like to invite the Kingdom of Eswatini to make their statement.
I request all the delegates to please pay attention when a delegate is making their statement. It is deeply appreciated if you could pay attention and maintain silence. Thank you.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Today, we stand united in our shared commitment to peace, justice, and dignity for all the people. Eswatini calls for immediate humanitarian access to the Palestinian territories. Access to food, clean water, medical care, and education must be ensured for the Palestinian people. Eswatini urges the United Nations to continue advocating for comprehensive peace process, one that is rooted in fairness, respect, and international law, the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Eswatini stands ready to support all the efforts aimed at achieving a just and lasting peace. Let us, as a member of the international community, act decisively and with compassion to and suffering to pave the way for future and reconciliation for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Eswatini. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate of Estonia to make their statement.
Honorable President and esteemed delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Estonia, stand before you to speak on the issue that has affected the lives of millions, the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and search for sustainable peace in the region. Estonia stands firmly with the international community in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. We emphasize the importance of providing urgent humanitarian aid, medical assistance, food and education to help the Palestinian civilians affected by the ongoing conflict. As a small country with a deep commitment to human rights, Estonia stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine and recognizes the urgency of addressing their humanitarian needs while fostering long-term peace. We support a two-state solution, ensuring that both Palestinians and Israelis can live in peace, security, and dignity. We call on all parties to work together, fostering mutual respect and cooperation to create the conditions for just and sustainable peace in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate representing Republic of Argentina to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to stand before you today to represent Argentina, a nation that has long believed in the principles of peace, justice, and solidarity. Today we, the delegate of the Argentine Republic, speak in support of the Palestinian people in their pursuit of dignity and justice. On the issue of Palestine and Israel, Argentina firmly supports a two-state solution that ensures security, sovereignty, and dignity for both peoples. As a proud member of the United Nations, Argentina advocates for intensified diplomatic efforts to halt violence, protect civilians, and foster negotiations grounded in mutual recognition and respect. We believe that through multilateral collaboration and adherence to international law, we can lay the groundwork for lasting peace in this troubled region. Together, let us work towards a resolution that brings hope and justice to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I would like to invite the next 5 speakers on the front. The Republic of Uzbekistan, followed by Namibia, followed by Mexico, followed by Rwanda, and Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. Delegates, please occupy the seats in the front. Next, I would like to request a representative of Angola to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of the Republic of Angola extend our solidarity with the people suffering under Israeli military occupation, blockade, oppression, and continued deprived of their fundamental human rights, especially in Gaza Strip, where the humanitarian situation is dire and becoming untenable, unlivable. Mr. President, the dispute between Israel and Palestine renewed the decade-long conflict in the Middle East. However, it also threatened the recently reached ceasefire efforts and subsequently threatened other peace initiatives in this regard. The continued expansion of Israeli settlement in occupied Palestinian territory are causing deep trauma and suffering among Palestinian civilian population. We support the initiative of two-state solution based on 1967 borders according to the relevant United Nations resolutions, the Madrid Principles, and the Arab League peace initiatives, including the regular opening of crossing points and ensuring the safety and well-being of civilians on both sides. We encourage the ongoing regional and international efforts to advance the peace process in the Middle East. We also applaud the implementation of all relevant Security Council resolutions and the obligations under the international law following the 1949 Fourth Geneva Convention on International Human Rights Law. To conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those who have striven to achieve peace in the Middle East, to alleviate the suffering of Palestinian people. Thank you.
Delegates, I understand that most of you are done with your prepared statements, and I understand that you're relieved that you're done with your prepared statements, but it is a matter of respect, paying respect to another. A delegate that is presenting on the dais to maintain silence, or at least even when you're having discussions, to at least face forward and keep your voices low. I'm sorry I have to, police you in this way because that is not what is expected out of delegates. So please pay attention when somebody is speaking on the dais, because furthermore, when you have informal sessions, what if you miss out on something that a delegate is speaking here, they might have made a dig at you and you will miss it out. You will miss out an opportunity to speak for your nation. We expect you to behave as delegates, and we expect you to maintain the decorum that comes along with it. Thank you so much for your attention. Please make sure that I won't be forced to grab your attention like this and take even more time than is required. I requested the delegate of, I can't see your name card, but I'm sorry I have to, name and not shame, but call name out for you to please pay attention. But this is serious business here, so please, the decorum is expected of you. This is a play acting. Please behave like dignified delegates of individual countries. Thank you so much. Over to you, President.
Thank you, Delegate of Angola. Next, we would like to request the Republic of Uzbekistan to please make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Uzbekistan, stand firmly in support of a peaceful two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict. We believe that the establishment of an independent Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders with the East Jerusalem as its capital is essential for lasting peace. We call for both Israel and Palestine to respect international law, including UN resolutions, and to cease action that exacerbate tensions, particularly the expansion of the illegal settlements and violence against civilians. Uzbekistan urges both parties to resume dialogue facilitated by the international community to find a just and lasting solution. Let us work together to bring an end to this conflict and build a future of peace, justice and coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Next, we would like to invite the delegate representing Namibia to make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it is an honor for Namibia. Namibia firmly believes in the power of international cooperation to address the humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace in Palestine. Guided by our own history of struggle for freedom and justice, we stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in their quest for dignity, human rights and self-determination. Namibia calls on the global community to unite in providing global community to humanitarian aid, protecting civilians and mutual respect. We advocate for a two-state solution that honor Palestinians' sovereignty and ensure their lasting just peace in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we would like to invite the delegate representing United Mexican State to make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it is an honor for Mexico to address the United Nations General Assembly. Today on the agenda, need for international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Mexico reaffirms its unwavering commitment to peace, justice, and the protection of human rights. The situation in Palestine challenges facing the international community. We call for an immediate cessation of violence, the protection of civilians, and unimpaired humanitarian access to those affected by the ongoing conflict. We believe that sustainable peace can be only achieved through dialogue, mutual respect, and a two-state solution. Based on international law and resolution, Mexico stands ready to work with all nations to ensure that the rights of the Palestinian people are upheld and that a just, lasting peace can be realized for both Palestine and Israel. Let us unite in our efforts to bring an end to suffering and pave the way for the future where peace, dignity, and coexistence flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we would like to request the Republic of Rwanda to make their statement.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we the delegates of Republic of Rwanda. Rwanda reaffirms our commitment to advocating international cooperation to address the humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace in Palestine. The humanitarian crisis in Palestine is a stark reminder of our collective failure to ensure peace, justice, and human dignity. Decades of conflict have left millions displaced, impoverished, and traumatized. The situation demands urgent attention, collective action, and unwavering commitment. Rwanda believes that international cooperation is paramount in addressing this crisis. We must strengthen humanitarian assistance, prioritizing vulnerable populations. As a nation that has overcome genocide and conflicts, Rwanda understands the importance of reconciliation and unity. We recognize the value of international support in our own recovery and are committed to paying it forward. Rwanda stands ready to collaborate, and we call upon all nations to join us in this noble endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next 5 speakers on the list are Republic of Chile, Republic of Armenia, Russian Federation, El Salvador, and Croatia. Delegates, please occupy the seat in the front. Next, I would like to request the delegate representing Saint Vincent and the Grenadines to make their statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, stands in unwavering solidarity with the people of Palestine and reaffirms our commitment to international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace. The ongoing challenges faced by Palestinians underscore the urgent need for action rooted in justice, human rights, and respect for international law. We call on the United Nations and the global community to intensify efforts to alleviate the humanitarian suffering, ensure access to essential resources, and support the rebuilding of infrastructure.
At the same time, we emphasize that sustainable peace can only be achieved through a two-state solution with an independent Palestine coexisting alongside Israel based on pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. In conclusion, let us remain united in our pursuit of dignity and peace for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we would like to invite the Republic of Chile to make their statement.
Mr. President, esteemed delegates, Chile stands firmly in its commitment to international cooperation in addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine. The people of Palestine continue to endure profound suffering, exacerbated by violence, displacement, and a lack of basic human rights. As a member of the global community, it is our moral duty to act swiftly and decisively to alleviate the suffering and promote a sustainable peace in the region. Chile believes that the path to peace lies in the reaffirmation of international law, respect for human rights, and two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders, with Jerusalem as a shared capital. We must ensure the provision of humanitarian aid, protect civilians, and prioritize dialogue over violence. Chile calls for an immediate end to hostilities, a renewed commitment to dialogue, and a concerted effort to rebuild a future where justice and dignity prevail for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we would like to invite the Republic of Armenia to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate. We, the delegate of Armenia, stands before you today to speak on the matter that weighs heavily on the conscience of the international community, the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and the urgent need for sustainable peace in the region. For many years, the Palestinian people have suffered immense hardship. The consequence of violence, occupation, and blockades have led to the widespread destruction of displacement and a dire humanitarian situation. Families are torn apart. Children grow up with fear and uncertainties. The entire community are deprived of the humanitarian fights. Access to food, clean water, and healthcare and education remains scarce. As a nation that has itself faced the consequence of conflict and the struggle for justice, Armenia understands the pain of those who are caught in such crises. However, we must acknowledge that sustainable peace will not come from short-term solutions or temporary ceasefires. Real peace is built on justice, mutual respect, and commitment to dialogue. Let us work together to provide humanitarian assistance to those in need and advocate for a just and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Armenia. Next, I would like to invite the Delegate of Russia to make their statement.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine remains a grave concern to the global community. Millions of Palestinians face dire conditions, displacement, poverty, and limited access to basic necessities like clean water, health care, and education. The situation demands urgent international action. The Russian Federation calls in for an immediate cessation of hostility, the impending delivery of humanitarian aid, and adherence to the international law. We also urge enhanced support for the UN agencies, particularly the UNRWA, which play a vital role in this elevating the suffering. However, humanitarian aid alone will not resolve this crisis. Sustainable peace requires a just political solution. Russia reaffirms its commitment to two-state solution with an independent Palestinian state coexisting peacefully alongside with Israel based on pre-1967 border and East Jerusalem as its capital. As a founding member of the UN, Russia is ready to meditate and foster dialogue. Together, let us act with urgency and ensure the peace, dignity, and hope for the Palestinian people and Israeli people. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we would like to invite the delegate of El Salvador to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, El Salvador stands in solidarity with the international community in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. We believe that collective action is essential to provide urgent humanitarian assistance, food, medical care, and education to those affected by ongoing challenge in the region. El Salvador encourage coordination to ensure reaches though in swiftly and effectively. We support that promoting dialogue and call for two-state solution, respecting the rights both the Palestinian and Israel people. El Salvador remains to globally cooperation, aiming for a future marked by peace, security, mutual respect for all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next 5 speakers on the list are Cuba, Cote d'Ivoire, Dominican Republic, Bangladesh, and Nepal. I would like to request these 5 delegates to please come forward. I would also like to request the delegate of Croatia to please make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Croatia, the Republic of Croatia reaffirms its commitment to international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Croatia supports coordinated global efforts to provide essential humanitarian aid, including food, medical assistance, and education to alleviate the suffering faced by Palestinian communities. Croatia believes that sustainable peace can only be achieved through constructive dialogue and mutual respect. We strongly encourage ongoing diplomatic efforts that aim for a two-state solution, guaranteeing peace, security, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Croatia stands ready to support initiatives that promote resilience, stability, and coexistence in the region, embodying our shared values of peace and human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Cuba to make their statement.
Thank you, President. Honorable President, distinguished delegates. We, the delegate of the Republic of Cuba, reaffirms its unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people and their legitimate right to self-determination and sovereignty. We strongly condemn the ongoing occupation and the grave humanitarian crisis inflicted on Palestine. Cuba has consistently advocated for international cooperation to address this crisis, calling for the implementation of UN resolutions and respect for international law. Cuba believes that the solution to this crisis cannot be achieved through violence or unilateral actions, but through dialogue and negotiations. Despite our own challenges, Cuba has extended support through humanitarian aid, particularly health and education, and has trained Palestinian professionals. We urge the global community to act decisively, ensuring accountability for human rights violations and increasing support for a two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. Let us stand united for peace, justice, and dignity for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to invite the delegate representing Cote d'Ivoire to make their statement.
Honorable President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Cote d'Ivoire expresses deep concern over the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine. We stand with Palestinian people in their right to dignity, peace, and security. Addressing this crisis requires urgent international cooperation, addressing humanitarian aid, and fostering dialogue toward a two-state solution based on justice and international law. We call an end to violence and for renewed efforts to secure lasting peace. Cote d'Ivoire is committed to working alongside the international people so the people in their region can live in harmony and security. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we would like to invite the delegate of Dominican Republic to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, the Democratic Republic of Dominica reaffirms its unwavering commitment to international cooperation in addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting suitable peace in Palestine. We strongly support multilateral efforts to the suffering of the Palestinian people, including provide humanitarian aid, ensure access to base service and uphold human rights. Dominica stand in solidarity with the global community to our advert for a dialogue for and ask for the congress for last peace. We call for renewal first by a world state solution grounded in mutual respect and adherence to international laws. Together, let us foster unity, uphold dignity, and build a peaceful future for human and the irrigation. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to invite the delegate representing Bangladesh to make their statement.
Respected President and distinguished delegate, we as the delegate of Republic of Bangladesh, it is an honor to address this esteemed assembly today on the issue that has touched the heart and mind of people around the world. For over decades, the humanitarian crisis in Palestine, Bangladesh as a nation committed to the principle of peace, justice and solidarity stand firm in its support for the Palestine people and their legitimate aspiration for self-determination and peace. Commitment to address this humanitarian crisis, promote sustainable peace and ensure a brighter future for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next 5 speakers on the list are Uganda, Venezuela, Mauritius, Palau, Antigua and Barbuda. Delegates, please do make sure that you occupy the seats in the front. Moving on, the next delegate, we would like to invite the delegate representing Nepal to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Nepal stands firmly in support of international cooperation to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Palestine and to promote sustainable peace in the region. The Palestinian people continue to endure severe suffering with limited access to basic needs and basic rights. Nepal calls for immediate unimpeded humanitarian aid, focusing on healthcare, food security, and rebuilding infrastructure. We believe that lasting peace can only be achieved through dialogue and diplomacy, and support for a two-state solution that ensures security and sovereignty for both Palestine and Israel. The international communities must come together to support peace negotiations and hold accountable on those who violate international law. Nepal remains committed to working with all nations to ensure a peaceful, secure, and dignified future for the Palestinians. Peace can only be achieved through collective action, and we bring end to this suffering and pave the way for lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to invite the delegate representing Uganda to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, we, the representative of Republic of Uganda, stand with the Palestinian people in their pursuit for peace and justice. The ongoing humanitarian crisis requires urgent international action to provide essential aid, including healthcare, food, and shelter. We support a two-state condition as a path to lasting peace, where both Palestine and Israel can live in security and mutual respect. Uganda calls for renewed dialogue and international cooperation to resolve this conflict. Based on human rights and international law, let us unite for the peace and dignity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, we would like to invite the delegate representing Venezuela to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the Republic of Venezuela, think that the humanitarian crisis in Palestine is a stark reminder of the urgency for global solidarity and decisive action. Venezuela, driven by its deep commitment to human dignity and justice, stands with the Palestinian people in their struggle for peace and self-determination. It is not just a call for aid, it is a call for lasting change. Sustainable peace in Palestine requires more than temporary solutions. It demands that we confront the root cause of conflict, protect human rights, and empower communities. As we speak, innocent lives continue to be torn apart, but we, a global community, have the power to change this. Together, we can ensure that the voices of the Palestinian people are heard, their rights are upheld, and their future is one of peace and prosperity. Let us not wait any longer. Let us act now with determination and compassion to build a future where justice and peace reign in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to invite the delegate representing Mauritius to make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, we the delegate of Palau, Palau stands solidarity with the Palestinian people as they endure one of the world's most pressing humanitarian crises with millions of lives. The critical infrastructure destroyed. The need for international cooperation has never been greater. Palau, through a small island nation, understands the significance of community resilience, the global solidarity. The true peace is built on trust, dialogues, and opportunity. Palau calls the renewed diplomatic effort and support initiative that promote reconciliation and social economic development. Let us unite in our shared responsibility to ensure the peace future for Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The next 5 speakers on the list are Philippines, Haiti, Congo, Netherlands, and Malawi. Delegates, please make sure that you occupy the seats in the front. We would like to invite the representative of Antigua and Barbuda to make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, Antigua and Barbuda stands firmly in support of the Palestinian people right to self-determination and sovereignty. We believe that a fair and lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can only be achieved through peaceful negotiation leading to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. In the face of ongoing humanitarian challenges, Antigua and Barbuda continues to support international effort to provide essential aid to the Palestinian people through agencies such as United Nations Relief and Work Agency. We call for enhanced global cooperation to ensure that those in need receive life-saving assistance including food, healthcare, and education. As a small island state, we understand the importance of sustainable development and the need for international solidarity to address the interconnected challenges of conflict, poverty, and environmental degradation. We advocate for effort to build resilient infrastructure and faster long-term peace through multilateral diplomacy and adherence to human rights. Together, through unity and cooperation, we can work toward a future where the Palestinian people can live in peace, dignity, and prosperity. Thank you all.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to request a delegate of Philippines to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we Philippines stand in solidarity with the global community in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Guided by the principles of the UN Charter, we emphasize the importance of international cooperation in ensuring the dignity and right of all affected populations. Humanitarian assistance must remain impartial and accessible, prioritizing those most in need, especially women and children. We urge all stakeholders to strengthen multilateral efforts, support the delivery of aid, and uphold international humanitarian law. Furthermore, the Philippines reaffirmed its call for a just and lasting solution to a Palestinian conflict grounded in dialogue and mutual respect. Sustainable peace requires addressing root causes, fostering economic resilience, and ensuring inclusive development. Together, let us affirm our commitment to a future where peace and prosperity prevail for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we would like to invite the representative of Haiti to make their statement.
Delegate of which nation?
Haiti.
Do we have a Delegates, please pay attention when the names are being called. Thank you.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Haiti, would like to say that international cooperation is crucial in both cases to address humanitarian crisis and promote sustainable peace. The international community generally supports a two-state solution with independent Palestinian state alongside Israel. This requires negotiations between the parties involved facilitated by the international diplomacy. Organizations like the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East provide essential aid to Palestinian refugees. International efforts to reduce tensions and promote dialogue are crucial. The primary challenge is the rampant gang violence that has crippled the country. International support for the Haitian national policy to restore order is necessary. However, there are some commonalities in the need for international cooperation to address humanitarian crisis. Sustainable peace. The Israel conflict is complex, a long history. The UN and the other humanitarian organizations proved that affected by the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we would like to request the Delegate of Congo to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, the Democratic Republic of Congo stands in solidarity with the international community's efforts to address the humanitarian crisis and support sustainable peace in Palestine. As a nation that has endured conflict and the deep impact of humanitarian challenges, we understand the profound need for urgent and cooperative global action to alleviate suffering and promote a future rooted in peace and security. The Congo is committed to supporting humanitarian initiatives led by the United Nations and other international organizations that provide essential services to Palestinian civilians. The Democratic Republic of Congo calls on the global community to remain united in this endeavor and to work proactively towards sustainable solution. We must act not only with compassion but with a firm commitment to justice and peace. Together, let us foster a future where peace in Palestine is a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we would like to invite the delegate representing Netherlands to make their statement.
President, you only need to say the delegate of Netherlands. That would be fine. Delegate of Netherlands. You need not mention delegate representing Netherlands. It's basically the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable President, distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Netherlands, stand before you to talk about the major crisis affecting our world, the Israeli-Palestine. The Netherlands remains steadfast its commitment to international cooperation under the United Nations framework to address humanitarian crisis and foster sustainable peace in Palestine. Sustainable peace requires a two-state solution achieved through constitution, dialogue, and mutual respect. Together, coordinated action, we can alleviate suffering in building future road in justice, dignity, and peace to all. Thank you.
The next 5 speakers on the list are Montenegro, Nicaragua, Liberia, Eritrea, and Nauru. Delegates representing these countries, make sure that you move, occupy the front seat. Next, we would like to represent the delegate of Malawi to make their statement.
President, could you call did you call the name of delegate of Malawi?
Yes, the next we would like to invite the delegate of Malawi to make their statement.
Honorable President, esteemed delegates, Malawi strongly believes in the principle of international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Regarding Palestine, we acknowledge the critical need for the global solidarity to alleviate human suffering and foster long-term stability. The ongoing conflict has resulted in hardship, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure access to humanitarian aid, uphold human rights, and facilitate dialogue towards a peaceful resolution. Let us commitment to peace, as only through unity and cooperation we can create a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Montenegro to make their statement. Next, I would like to invite the delegate representing Montenegro.
Delegates, please pay attention. Do we have the delegate of Montenegro here? Let's move on.
Seeing none, I would like to invite the delegate of Nicaragua to make their statement.
Apparently, we don't have Nicaragua either. Which delegates are you? Please proceed with the list.
Yes. Next, I would like to invite the delegate of Liberia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegate, through collective global unity, the plight of Palestine represents with us deeply. The crisis in Palestine demands urgent attention. We call for a unified effort to protect fundamental human rights and promote dialogue rooted in justice and mutual respect. Sustainable peace cannot exist without exposing the causes of this conflict, empowering communities and fostering coexistence. Liberia stands ready to support initiatives that champion diplomacy, equitable development, and resilience. Let us build and unite where no country is left behind, and where peace is not merely an aspiration but a reality for all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Liberia. Next, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Eritrea to make their statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, we, the distinguished delegate of Eritrea, stand before you today. We reaffirm the critical importance of international cooperation under the UN agenda to press humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in the context of Palestine. The people demand our continued action. As Eritrea, we stand firmly in advocating for justice, dignity, and the fulfillment of the people of all. The humanitarian crisis in Palestine cannot be ignored. We must work to ensure implementing access to humanitarian aids and foster social economic development. Sustainable peace requirement, a just resolution dialogue. Eritrea, with its own history, called on all nations to unite in supporting a peaceful two-state solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Eritrea. Next, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Nauru to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, today I speak on the behalf of Nauru, a nation that believes in the transformative power of international cooperation. Humanitarian crises demand a united global response, and the situation in Palestine calls for urgent action. Innocent lives are at stake, with countless families enduring unspeakable hardship. We must reaffirm our commitment to the principle of peace, justice, and human dignity. Let us collectively support humanitarian aid, ensuring essential resources reach those in need. Furthermore, promoting sustainable peace in Palestine requires fostering dialogue, upholding international law, and encouraging mutual understanding between all parties involved. Nauru stands with the international community in addressing these pressing challenges. Together, through compassion and collaboration, we can pave the way for a further where Palestine and all nations thrive in peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. That would be the last speaker for the gentleness. I thank the distinguished delegate of Nauru. The General Assembly has concluded the debate on international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. Now the General Assembly adjourns for informal consultations.
Thank you very much. Well, how many of you were sleeping while the debate was going on? Nobody? I believe that you are very spirited in your speaking as well as listening. So that part is over. That means now the General Assembly knows all the issues relating to this particular topic. Okay, that has been exhausted. So what we now move on to do is to turn into an informal session. Okay, you understand what informal session is. You can be more relaxed, you can raise questions, point of orders, anything that you want to make it interesting. But only for 1 hour. You continue to chair, but it is informal, so you have to decide who will speak. You know, people when they want to speak put their names up like this. You know how to do it. Yeah. That he should be able to see. No, you put it like this so that he can see the name. You understand? So whenever you want to speak, you put this up like that. And the president, of course, will decide when to call you. Just because you are put up doesn't mean that you will be called. He will make his own decision. So, but before that, we will have the resolution introduced. Who is introducing the resolution? Ecuador, please come up. So now it's very informal. There is one thing that you do before that, if any of you want to co-sponsor the resolution. Okay? You know what it means. You simply have to announce that you co-sponsor this resolution and your name will appear on the draft resolution. Now Ecuador is presenting it that, so Ecuador will be the main sponsor of the resolution. But all those who want to or agree entirely with the resolution can co-sponsor it. Because once you co-sponsor it, you cannot suggest any changes. Yeah? Yes? You want to say something? No, you cannot make changes if you have co-sponsored the resolution. See, if you now announce that you co-sponsor the resolution, which means you become an author, you understand? And then you cannot change it. So if you want to make changes, don't co-sponsor the resolution. That you can do. So once you co-sponsor, you should champion this text. So you must oppose any other suggestion which is not consistent with this resolution. So if you co-sponsor, then you don't make any amendments. This is just a formality. So when the resolution comes out, there will be not just one member, but several members co-sponsoring it. That is the idea. Okay? All right. So she will present the resolution. Then you ask, are there any delegations wanting to co-sponsor the resolution? When they raise their hands, the Secretariat must take down, and those countries will appear on the cover of the resolution. All right? And very briefly, you don't have to read out the resolution. Okay? Are you listening to me? I said you don't have to read out the resolution. Okay? You simply make the main points of the resolution and request the General Assembly to adopt it. That's all that you need to do. Okay? 2 minutes.
Respected President and all other respected delegates present here, a warm good afternoon to all. Today, the delegate of Ecuador, we are presenting the draft resolution for the General Assembly on the agenda, international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. The General Assembly, reaffirming the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, recalling all its relevant resolutions on the situations in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question, underscoring the importance of the ongoing diplomatic efforts by Egypt, Qatar, and United States aimed at reaching comprehensive ceasefire deal consisting of 3 phases. Welcomes the new ceasefire proposal announced on May 31, which Israel accepted, calls upon Hamas to also accept it, and urges both parties to fully implement its terms without delay and without any condition. Notes that the implementation of this...
Sorry, I just told you not to read the resolution, right? Did you understand that? Everybody has a text. So you simply making a presentation stressing the important points of the resolution. Because you have no time, you want to finish the General Assembly today. So make it very brief.
Resolution has 7 main points, and the second point has 3 phases, which first asks about immediate ceasefire. First phase asks about the immediate ceasefire, and second phase asks about the agreement of the both parties that a permanent end to hostilities in exchange for the release of all other hostages, and third phase is the start of a major multi-year reconstruction for Gaza. It's the main point of this resolution, and third point consists of the ceasefire agreement, that it takes longer than 6 weeks. If it takes negotiation takes longer than 6 weeks for phase 1, the ceasefire will still continue as long as negotiations continue. And the fourth phase stresses the importance of all parties adhering the terms to this proposal, and fifth, 6th and 7th includes rejection and repetition and decision on any attempted demographic or territorial change in Gaza Strips, or unwavering commitment to the vision of the two-state solution, where 2 democratic states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side within the secure and recognized borders. So this emphasizes on the obedience of the IHL, that is international humanitarian law, and we have to decide to remain ceased to this matter.
Then what do you want? You tell them what do you want. What do you want them to do?
First is resolution.
No, you just have to ask that this resolution be adopted. What else do you want?
We want the ceasefire
No, you have presented a resolution. Now you say, I recommend this resolution to the General Assembly. Please, those who want to co-sponsor it, then we will discuss informally the substance of it.
I present. I present the resolution before you, and I request the General Assembly to accept it, and those who want to co-sponsor it can sponsor it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any delegations who wish to co-sponsor the resolution? Delegate representing Uzbekistan.
They don't have to speak, just put up the names. And so you please keep taking down the names.
Uzbekistan. Are there any other delegations who wish to co-sponsor the resolution? Which is a country?
Is it the delegation of
Comoros.
Cambodia? Commodore. Delegates, please note, if you're co-sponsoring the resolution, you won't be able to make suggestions towards improving it or changing or making any sorts of changes to it. We have a few more sponsors. Volunteers who are standing closer, please note it and say to the secretary so that they can take a note.
Guyana, Georgia, Malaysia,
If your names are being called out, please lower your place cards.
Botswana, Djibouti, Lebanon, Marshall Islands, the last one.
Okay, and those who are not able to do it can tell the secretariat later.
Yeah.
The co-sponsors can inform the secretariat.
So the rest co-sponsors who wish to co-sponsor the resolution can inform the secretariat later. I thank the distinguished delegate of Ecuador for drafting the resolution for the agenda item, international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine.
Now you ask for discussion. What you do is, the preambular paragraphs can be taken together. You know what the preambular paragraphs are?
Yes, the reaffirming.
What they go as A, B, C, D. Those are the, no.
Reaffirming, recalling.
Yeah, and there are only 3 preambular paragraphs. So you can take them all together, because there will be no amendments to that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then call up each paragraph separately. 1, 2, 3. Whatever changes are made, you make it, then move to the next paragraph. But very quickly.
Yes, sir. So it's like discussion on the preambular
Paragraphs. Does anybody have any point to make or amendments to make to the preambular paragraphs?
Delegations who wish to make any points or any amendments to the preambulatory paragraphs, raise your placard.
Then they should speak.
Delegations wishing to, yes, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
The mic should be passed on.
I would like to amend the point above point 1. That is, I would like to add some more states, that is, some more key regional players, that is like Iran, Turkey, Lebanon and Qatar.
No,
I would like to add the key regional players.
Where do you want to add that?
Above point 1, underscoring the importance of ongoing diplomatic efforts by.
So you want to add more names?
Yes.
But how do you know they have worked on this? They are talking about the importance of the ongoing diplomatic efforts by Egypt, Qatar and the United States. Nobody else is making any effort. So how can you add names to it?
Sir, efforts are put by also Qatar, Turkey and Iran.
No, but how are you saying that? Are you aware that they are making efforts?
Yes.
How?
Probably by giving humanitarian aid and support.
No. This is not just support. These countries, Egypt, Qatar and United States, are negotiating to bring about peace.
Okay, I withdraw my point.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other delegations who wish to raise an amendment on? Yes. Germany.
Is on preambular paragraphs?
Yes.
Go ahead.
On A, phase 1, it is written including women, the elderly and the wounded. So I would like to add the including women, children, the elderly and the women, because I think even children should be considered and should be released in the ceasefire.
Paragraph? Which paragraph?
Phase 1,
No,
A.
Delegate, we are currently discussing the preambulatory paragraphs. So you could indeed come up with the amendment when we go for the operative clauses.
Okay.
Yeah.
So move on to operative paragraph one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay?
Okay.
And you should move fast.
Sir, there are more amendments for the preambulatory paragraphs.
There are other amendments to preamble?
Yes.
Why are we wasting time on preamble paragraphs? They are not important. Anyway, take the amendments.
Amendments on the preambulatory paragraph. Yes, Slovenia.
So in point number 1, it says welcomes new ceasefire proposal announced on May 31, which Israel accepted, and calls upon Hamas to also accept it. As we know, in this war between Israel and Palestine, there were more parties involved in this fight, which was not only Hamas. There was the Hezbollah, there was the Al-Qassam al-Brigades. So we would also want to call other relevant parties to accept it. So is that allowed in the preambulatory clause?
Why in the preamble paragraphs? That's finished.
No, I wanted to include the statement saying calls upon other relevant parties, including Hamas, to unconditionally and promptly accept the implementations of the ceasefire.
Where? In what paragraph?
Preambulatory clause.
Why in the preamble paragraph? It is only a statement of facts. Okay. Action is in the operative paragraph. Please understand the difference.
Oh. Fine. So, delegations wishing to raise an amendment or a point of discussion on the operative clause 1.
Operative paragraph 1.
Operative paragraph 1.
Not clause. Use the correct language. Okay?
Apologies, sir. Operative paragraph 1. Ukraine followed by Korea. Ukraine.
Okay, first and foremost, the clause 1 states that welcomes a new ceasefire proposal announced on May 31. This ceasefire proposal seems to be the one that was proposed by Joe Biden. But there are other reports that also state that the Israeli Prime Minister's office declared that they will be continuing, if I quote a report by Al Jazeera that says that the move will allow Israel to continue the war until all its objectives are achieved, including the destruction of Hamas's military and governing capabilities. This so-called report of May 31 has not been disclosed properly to the public. All the details are not completely up in front of the public. So in such a scenario wherein there is a vagueness that exists around the so-called proposal, how can the United Nations actually adopt it or welcome such a report?
Delegate, how would you like to amend it?
I want the cancellation. Okay, considering the ambiguity of this clause, I want the cancellation of the clause.
You want to cancel the operative paragraph?
Yes, sir. The thing is, there's a clear-cut ambiguity regarding it. The proposal, first and foremost, is between the three countries, Egypt, Qatar, and United States. The parties who know the exact details are Egypt, Qatar, United States, Israel, and Hamas.
Listen. This is only about one aspect of that resolution. Don't mix it up with others.
No, sir. The thing is, this first, all the other parties that is set in phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 thus come under the resolution set under May 31. So in such a scenario, if we welcome such a clause with so much ambiguity, it does affect the entire resolution.
No, this is only one aspect what General Assembly has already accepted. So you are simply welcoming it. How can you amend it?
Sir, the General Assembly has not properly accepted this thing.
It has accepted. That's what it says. Welcome the new ceasefire proposal announced on May 31st.
Sir, this proposal was announced by Joe Biden.
Whoever announced it, you are not welcoming it.
Sir, then, may I?
Then give another alternative proposal.
Sir, may I? If you cancel the first item on the list, the whole resolution is pointless.
Exactly.
Without a right, sir?
Exactly. So
without the ceasefire, what are we discussing here?
Sir, I understand your point, but rather than accepting something that is already existing, why don't we come up with something new? a new
Why do you
ceasefire.
want to go against something that has already been accepted by the majority of General Assembly is the question.
Okay, the thing, I'll
No,
give
you add in another paragraph. Why do you want to amend this?
Sir, the thing, I'll tell you the thing. The so-called report of 31st May.
Delegate of Ukraine, I would like to request you to unambiguate the ambiguity that you are suggesting is there in the first item. You say that the first item is ambiguous. What is the point that is not clear to you? You can add it as an item towards the end of the resolution. Please work on that.
Okay, so that is said.
I would also like to point out that we have we need to stick to time limit. You cannot take up all the time. A 1 minute time stipulation is also there. I hope that was
Okay, ma'am, I'm not taking much of
Please
time.
yes.
Just stating that all that is stated is welcoming the new ceasefire proposal announced on May 31st. It is not all resolutions, all proposals have to be stated. The name of the person who stated it, the country who stated it, that nothing of that sort has been stated in the resolution.
Please, that is for you to do your homework on and work on.
That is what I
Please
told.
go ahead and check the resolution out and
Can
if
I
you-
give the
if
proof
you-
of that?
Please go ahead. It is
Can
there
I
in
give
the-
the proof of that?
This is not a debate competition. We are trying to, you said the statement, the item is ambiguous. If you want to clear the ambiguity of it, please add another item to the resolution, which clears this ambiguity.
Can I show this so-called
The responsibility of proof lies with you.
Yeah, can I show this report?
You are saying something is ambiguous. What is ambiguous? You're not telling me what is ambiguous.
The entire so-called report of May 31st
Thank
is
you.
ambiguous.
Delegate, I understand. I would request you to please work on what is ambiguous and be very clear as to what your ambiguity
Okay,
is.
the position.
And I would like to request you to please take a
Okay.
seat so that we can have other delegates also to
I'll give forward my ambiguity. The ambiguity is in such a so-called 31st May report, it is not clearly stated the Israeli position. On a clear report which states calls for the ceasefire, wherein a Israeli position has not been stated, how can that be taken up? That is all my contention.
Thank you, Delegate. If anybody, delegates, please vote on this request to delete the first item that is given on the resolution. Do you agree with it?
No, it will be wrong to do that. It's a factual matter. How can you delete it? No, that may be, but we should stop him from moving it because this is a fact of history. That's all. So it has happened already and we are saying we are supporting it. What is wrong in that? So move on. Please move on to the
Thank you, Delegate of Ukraine. Followed by Republic of Korea.
I wanted to add something to section A, line 6, which says safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance. I wanted to add that.
Are you referring to paragraph number 2?
Paragraph 2,
yes,
A, subclause A.
Line 6.
No, is the amendment is in paragraph 2, there are no line 6. Operative paragraph 2.
Phase 1
notes that the implementation of the proposal would enable the following outcomes to spread over 3 phases.
In the 6th line, as well as the safe and effective distribution of humanitarian.
You are talking about 2A.
Yes, I am talking about 2A.
Oh, that's what you have to say. If you say 1, then it will not be there. Anyway, give the suggestion.
In the 2A, in the line mentioned, I wanted to add that this aid shall be provided by Israel itself, as mandated by Article 55 of Geneva Convention.
Where do you insert that?
It is said that safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance shall be provided to Gaza. I wanted to add that aid shall be provided by Israel itself, not UN, but Israel.
Ask for the views of others.
Delegate, are there any oppositions to this amendment? Any oppositions to this amendment?
The question is, do you think Israel should be the one to do entire reparations and corrections? Is that right, sir?
No, it's not right.
That is what he suggested, right? Is that what you're suggesting? That
I'm
Israel
suggesting
should take
that
up...
the aid shall be provided by Israel because Article 55 of 4th Geneva Convention says so.
No, but here there are many actors in this, not only Israel.
No, I'm
So
saying that Israel should take the burden and not UN. UN should not waste its resources. Israel should help Gaza.
No, this we are talking about distribution of humanitarian
Yes.
assistance which comes from everybody. You can also add Israel in that if you want to.
Yes, I am
Okay,
asking
so
to add Israel.
suggest a specific language where to insert it. Then the president will consider it.
The safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance which shall be provided by Israel at scale throughout Gaza Strip to all Palestinian civilians.
Okay. Any objection? Ask for.
Yeah, any objections? Slovenia.
To paragraph
Israel, you have
2A.
nothing to say.
Paragraph 2A.
Israel have nothing to say about this.
Okay, I have an objection to the amendment that was made
Delegate,
by...
please introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm the delegate of
Slovenia.
Slovenia. So I object the amendment that was made by the delegate of Republic of Korea. Because see, when a war happens, countries should be accountable for their mistakes. But that when it comes to resolving and coming to a solution, the United Nations is made in such a way that all the nations should come together and support the nations together, right? So obviously for such a conflict like the Israel and Palestine war, the whole burden should not be put on Israel that because Israel was accountable for all these mistakes, the whole burden of sending humanitarian aid towards Palestine should only be done by Israel. And suppose, let's say we make Israel only doing that work. How much time will it take for delivering all the humanitarian aid? But at the same time, if all the nations come together as one and support the Palestinian region, things can work faster, we can make a better infrastructure, we can support the civilians with enough aid, whatever they need. So yes, I truly object the amendment made by Republic of Korea. I would say that it should be all the nations coming together, supporting with humanitarian aid towards Palestine.
That is what it says. The resolution says that.
Yes.
So the delegate of Slovenia is requesting that the amendment not be made and the wording remain the same. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Are there any more changes or amendments that delegates would like to make on paragraph 2A, phase 1?
Yeah, Dominica.
President, what I would like to say is, just as the delegate of Slovenia said, the whole burden does not go on the top of Israel. And that paragraph should be made that the return of Palestinian civilians to their home and neighborhood in all areas of Gaza, including the north, as well as safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale throughout the Gaza Strip to all Palestinian civilians who need it. That is the paragraph. And humanitarian assistance, it should be given not just by Israel. It should be like, just as the delegation of Korea said, it should not just be by Israel, it should be by Israel and its allies. That change I want to make is Israel and their allies should be the one responsible for providing the humanitarian
Delegate, do you have a precise verbatim change that you would like to make to the item?
Yeah. Like
No, but before that, please read the paragraph. This paragraph deals with Israeli forces withdrawing so that other people can provide assistance. That's the point of the resolution. It is not asking everybody to come. The idea is Israel should withdraw so that the assistance can be provided by the others. You understand? The spirit of the paragraph you must understand before you amend.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other amendments? Germany and followed by Japan. Germany.
Delegate, please keep it limited to less than a minute, 30 seconds at most. Please keep it crisp. Thank you.
And also only to phase 1. You are only talking about that.
Yeah.
We have not finished with that paragraph, okay?
Okay, so in the phase 1, I would like to add that it says with the release of hostages including women, the elderly and the wounded. So I would like to add with the release of hostages including women, children, the elderly and the wounded, because I feel also the children who are trapped in the war and should deserve a better future, and they should be released back to their hometown.
Delegate to Germany, operative paragraph 1.
No, two phase A, phase 1.
Yeah, 2A.
2A.
phase one.
The delegate of Germany is suggesting that the statement be amended to include the word children after hostages, including women, children, the elderly and the wounded.
That's fine. Okay, move on.
Are there any
objections? Any objections? US? Objection to the amendment, right? Are there any objections? Any objections?
No, there are no objections. Let's move on.
Seeing
Are there
none,
any?
are there any other amendments? Are there any other amendments? Yes, US.
I am the delegate of United States of America. US would like to make an amendment in the operative paragraph number 2A. Added language specifying that humanitarian aid distribution must be coordinated with the United Nations and monitored to prevent diversion or misuse by terrorist groups.
Delegate, which clause?
Operative paragraph 2A, phase 1.
No, where exactly does it fit in?
It comes in the last lines of the phase 1.
Read it out.
As well as the safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale through the Gaza Strip to all Palestinian civilians need to include housings. Sorry.
Delegate, what is the amendment?
The amendment is added language specifying that humanitarian aid distribution must be coordinated with the United Nations and monitored to prevent diversion or misuse by terrorist groups. In the first phase of the last paragraph of the last lines of that paragraph mentions that
Delegate, could you rephrase the sentence as you would like?
Yeah, I will read.
But that's a politically sensitive.
As well as the safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance at scales through the Gaza Strip to all Palestinian civilians who need it, including housing units delivered by the international community.
That's exactly as it is.
Yeah, that's the original text.
Yeah. How would you like to amend it?
So I want to modify by providing financial humanitarian aid, but ensure that prevent diversion or misuse by terrorist groups.
Is it something that
humanitarian aid should not misused by the terrorist groups in Palestine.
After the semicolon, you would like to add this phrase. Can you please say the phrase once again?
Phrase that I want
to add.
Specifying that humanitarian aid distribution must be coordinated with the United Nations and monitored to prevent diversion or misuse by terrorist groups.
No, we understand the sense of it, that's fine. But it's a very controversial statement you are making. You're talking about terrorists and all that. In the
US
context,
is considering Hamas as a terrorist group. Many nation is considering.
You may, but the others may not. So put it to the House whether it is acceptable or not.
Yeah. Are there any oppositions? Are there any oppositions? Yes, Algeria.
Even if Hamas and the armed groups in Palestine are terrorist groups for the Western nations, for Palestinians, these groups are freedom fighters for them. These groups fight for their liberation and the places that were annexed from them by Israel. So I recommend that this do not be added. The labeling of terrorists should not be added.
Okay. Points noted, Delegate.
Since UN itself hasn't defined the term terrorism, it is difficult to add it onto the item as well. Sir, what are your
Because
thoughts
of the
on that?
activities of Hamas, they are using human bombing. It
Delegate
is
of
an
USA, we
real example
understand
of
that.
terrorism.
Delegate of USA, we understand that you consider it a terrorist organization, but the term terrorism has not been defined by UN, so it is a very problematic term to add to the whole item. Sir, can we hear your thoughts on this?
Then we can change it to don't misuse it by Palestine.
You just want to add without using the term terrorist?
Without using terrorism, we can make it that don't misuse it. Ensuring that don't misuse the humanitarian aid by Palestine authorities.
Ensuring that the misappropriation doesn't happen.
Misappropriation.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Sir, can we add it to the item?
Any objections on the House?
Delegate of USA has withdrawn the term terrorists from his amendment. He is asking for assuring that misappropriation of the resources are not happening.
Any objections on the House?
If there are no objections, let's move on.
Yeah. Are there any other amendments on the floor? Swiss Confederation.
We would like to add three sub-paragraphs to the first paragraph. The first sub-paragraph stresses the importance of ensuring a mutual and verifiable cessation of hostilities by all parties involved, monitored by an independent mechanism under United Nations supervision to report violations while immediately ceasing all forms of aggression, including airstrikes and missile launches. Second subparagraph urges the creation of humanitarian corridors to enable the unimpeded delivery of food, water and medical supplies to civilians, alongside the restoration of critical services such as electricity, water supply, healthcare in affected areas, with the support from member states and regional organizations. Third subparagraph encourages confidence building measures such as the release of hostages and detainees, cross-border coordination for humanitarian relief, and inclusive dialogue facilitated by a special UN envoy aimed at addressing grievance and fostering a foundation for long-term peace.
Delegate, please give it in writing to the Secretariat. And just to be clear, you want to add this to item 2, section A?
Item 1.
Item 1.
Item 1 are sections.
3 subclauses for the item 1, right?
Item 1.
Delegate, just
please give it in writing. Please write it down and press. Are there any oppositions or objections to this?
Delegate, just a clarification: an independent mechanism under which UN body?
Under United Nations.
Which UN body? Any specific UN body?
There is a body called UNRWA, UNRWA.
Yeah, UNR.
Okay,
So if that is what you are suggesting, that's a recognized UN body. Okay, this can be added, there's no problem. But give it in writing what the language is. And if you can orally accept, everybody can accept, then we can put it in.
Are there any oppositions for this amendment? Are there any other amendments on the floor?
The amendments should be on item 2. We understand that the amendments on item 1 has been closed. This is on item 2, phase 1, item 2A.
Yeah, amendments on item 2, yes, Japan.
I'm the delegate of Japan, and the paragraph 2 of phase 1 summarizes what we would do when there's a complete ceasefire, right? But as we see, from the time the proposal was announced on May 31st to date, the ceasefire discussions have been prolonged. And as it's been prolonged, the number of civilians who are losing their life because they are not getting medical aid is increasing. So as a delegate of Japan, I would like to add an amendment, as in the total population of Gaza is almost 2.2 million, 47 of which is under 18. So it may not be possible, I know, to protect 9,50,000 children under 15, but special protection should be provided to the severely injured amongst them. So a priority to create a special zone where Israel can identify such injuries. They can be elderly, they can be children, okay? They can be those who are severely injured, and they should be approved in entry to this buffer zone. And the buffer zone can be equipped with UN monitored medical facilities and care, and this buffer zone should have a ceasefire agreement between both countries, so that even though the ceasefire discussions are being prolonged, lives are not being lost because they did not get medical care aid. That is what I would like to add to paragraph 2A.
Delegate, could you briefly tell us what it would be, your amendment would be?
Delegate, just repeat the verbatim, the addition
Verbatim, yes please.
Okay. It is that we have to create a special zone where Israel can identify injured elders, women, children, and this buffer zone, and they have to be given approval, and the buffer zone should be equipped with UN monitored medical facilities and care to aid for them.
Okay, so basically you are adding a creation of a buffer zone after the phrase, right?
Exactly, yes, President.
Okay, fair.
Buffer zone for medical emergencies
Yes.
should be created, supervised under United Nations envoys.
And a ceasefire should be there for that no one can
Where ceasefire is
exactly
ensured.
Ensured.
Okay, fair. Are there any oppositions on the house? Any oppositions on the house?
I wonder what Israel has to say about this, because the whole conversation is going on about Israel and Palestine.
Delegate of Japan, Delegate of Japan.
Yes.
Could you give the amendment via writing to the
Sure.
Secretariat? Yes, fair.
Thank you.
I request the volunteers to please collect these amendments from Delegate of Swiss Confederation and Delegate of Japan and reach it to the Secretariat as well.
Are there any amendments on operative paragraph 3?
Which one is it? 3 means what?
Can you please confirm that the amendments on item 2A is concluded, or are there more?
Yeah, are there any more amendments on item operative paragraph 2? Yeah, Algeria.
Secretariat, I would like to bring to your attention that you should make sure everybody gets a chance, and then you need to move on to the next item, because we don't have infinite time on our hands. We need to discuss all items, and there are a few suggestions that I got. There will be additional addendums to the resolution as well. Over to you, Algeria.
So, operative paragraph 2, article 1, phase 1. Withdrawal of Israeli forces from the populated areas in Gaza. We wish to change that to full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and not just from the populated areas of Gaza.
Delegate, I would like to bring your attention to phase 3.
Phase 2. Removal of that from phase 2 as well.
I would like to bring your attention to phase 2, a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. So this is the first phase. It's a 3-phase process. The first phase is when populated area, from Israeli forces remove themselves from populated area. Phase 2, when they entirely remove themselves from the process. Thank you for your contribution.
Any other amendments? Yes, Myanmar.
I would like to amend part 2C, the start of a major multi-reconstruction plan to the initiation of a transparent UN authorized and monitorized comprehensive multi-year reconstruction and economic development program, return to the remains of any deceased hostages still in Gaza to their families, encourages the involvement of international organizations such as International Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, UNHCR and WHO in delivering aid and implementing long-term support projects.
Delegate, is it an addition amendment on encouraging the works done by the Red Cross and all?
It's an addition.
It's an addition amendment, right? On encouraging the works done by international organizations like the Red Cross.
Yeah.
Fine. Are there any oppositions on the house?
I think that has already been suggested by the delegate of Japan, where a buffer zone where ceasefire exists is ensured, and UN convoy, UN medical assistance will be provided. I think that...
Yeah, that is exactly the same.
Would you
as
like
the
to add
proposed
something
one.
more to that amendment?
It's for section 2C.
We haven't reached section 2C We are still discussing section 2A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more amendments on operative paragraph 2A? 2A.
President, may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Take note of these five or six of suggestions that, those who have placed their place cards up, and after that we'll move on to the next item. Otherwise we'll go on discussing one item and won't get a chance to discuss the others.
Okay, fine.
All right.
France, Saudi Arabia, Malta, Qatar, Israel.
All on paragraph 3 or what?
Operative paragraph 2A.
It's not over yet.
No.
We'll get chance next time because time is very... Can you add Bahrain also to...
Yeah, Bahrain.
Over to you, France. You have the list, right? You have wrote...
Yes, delegate of France.
So France would like to add a new subsection to clause 2A, that is, all actions, including the withdrawal of forces and the distribution of humanitarian aid, must be carried out in strict adherence to international humanitarian law to ensure the protection and dignity of all affected individuals.
An additional amendment.
That's a new subsection we would like to add to clause 2A.
A subclause of clause 2A.
Yes.
Please give it in writing to the Secretariat.
Sure.
Can you sum it up and ask them if they have a difference of opinion, any objection to it?
Are there any objections? Seeing none, you can submit it via writing to the Secretariat, followed by delegate of Israel.
I'm the delegate of Israel, and in the second item, phase 1, third line, instead of withdrawal of Israel forces from the populated areas in Gaza, I want to add temporary withdrawal of Israel forces from the populated areas in Gaza.
Why temporary?
Because the ultimate aim of Israel about the war is not to kill the ordinary citizens, but we are forced on do so by Hamas. Because the ultimate aim of Israel in this war is to free the people of Palestine from the poisonous religious extremism.
No, but they are as much residents of that area as the others. How can you discriminate against them? When you talk of humanitarian assistance, it should apply to everybody. Because misuse is an important point. But you cannot identify, give to them, etc. separately. No?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, delegate. Thank you, delegate. Next, we have the delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, allow me to outline the key amendment we propose. In phase 1A, Saudi Arabia stresses that the efforts of humanitarian aid be monitored by an impartial international body to ensure that the aid reaches those in need. For this, we propose explicitly inviting the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to support and monitor the resolution's implementation, ensuring broader international cooperation.
You want to encourage international cooperation by adding regional organizations into it?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any oppositions in the House?
If there are no oppositions, could you give it in writing to the Secretary?
Give it in writing to the Secretariat.
Yes, thank you.
Delegate of Qatar.
Would like to add a verb, urges an immediate and full complete ceasefire with release of hostage including women, children and elderly.
You would like to add the word children, right?
And also with that we also like to add pregnant women.
Children?
Women, the subsection women includes pregnant women also. We understand your concern. Right?
Thank you, delegate. The word children, the amendment has already been taken into consideration. Thank you, delegate. Next we have the delegate of Bahrain.
On behalf of Bahrain, we would like to insert the text at the end of operative paragraph 2A. It should include the following. An independent international body should be established to monitor and verify the implementation of ceasefire and delivery of humanitarian aid with special focus on the protection of civilians. This amendment is essential as ceasefire is the only viable solution to the problem. There are several international bodies and mechanisms to facilitate ceasefire and peace, but no single body is solely responsible for enforcing ceasefire. So there is a pressing need for an independent body.
Delegate, the very particular point has already been considered by the amendment made by Japan on this very same clause. So the points are the same. It comes under the mandate of the independent body proposed by the delegate of Japan.
We says that the formation, we need the formation of an independent body.
Yes, sir. The same was said by
there are
Japan
many other
about
bodies
the buffer
like
zone.
Arabic League, United Nations.
Let me tell you a technical problem. General Assembly cannot pass a resolution involving any additional expenditure without going to the 5th committee. So, General Assembly cannot take any financial decisions. You can only say that an independent body should. You cannot create it now in this General Assembly resolution. It has to go to the 5th committee, that is the Administrative and Budgetary Committee. They have to clear it and then the resolution comes back.
So Bahrain expressed the need for an independent body.
Yeah, or a desire or something like that.
Thank you.
Are there any oppositions on those?
I request the delegate to please give it in writing as well. And I request the volunteers to collect it from the delegates who have suggested the amendments.
Are there any oppositions on those? Yes, you could.
Why do we need an independent body actually? Doesn't there...
Thank you, delegates. Delegate of Slovenia. No amendments. Okay, fair.
Let's move on to the next item then.
Yeah.
The idea is to move forward fast.
Operative paragraph 2, subclause B. Are there any amendments? Republic of Korea, France.
These are the only amendments which will be accepted.
Korea, France and Mozambique.
France and Mozambique are the only amendments that will be allowed. Please be thorough with your draft resolution so that we can move faster. Over to you, Delegate of France.
Korea, France and Mozambique, ma'am.
In operative para 2B, we would like to add that in line 2, release of all other hostages still in Gaza and all Palestinian prisoners. To release all other Palestinian prisoners also.
Technically it comes under the hostages of present in Gaza, right?
No, Palestinian prisoners in Israel.
Okay, fine, fair.
All Palestinian prisoners in Israel.
No, hostages should be neutral, either side.
This is said that hostages in Gaza should be released. But I want to add that all Palestinian prisoners in Israel should also be released because as of October 2024, there are about 10,100 prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in Israel.
Point noted. Are there any oppositions?
Anyway, this resolution doesn't apply to that. This is about humanitarian assistance in Gaza. No? So the other one is a political issue that they should all be released. So in this resolution, I don't think it is fair to add it.
Sir, in the first phase 1, we have discussed the returning of all Palestinian prisoners back to Palestine while the hostages are returned to Israel.
Yeah.
And any remaining hostages will be returned in the second phase. If there are any remaining hostages or remains of the hostages who were taken, kidnapped. That is what is being mentioned in.
That will be sufficient.
That will be sufficient. I hope you get the idea.
Yeah, Delegate of Korea, your need has already been done in phase 1.
No, it is not mentioned that all of the prisoners should be released. Actually, this is the problem that Hamas had put forward. They want all the prisoners to be released.
It mentioned the exchange of Palestinian prisoners for the withdrawal of Israeli forces, right?
In phase 1.
Phase 1.
Phase 1 just discusses about not all, right? Just some of
So you would like to add the
in phase 2 in phase 2 I want that every prisoner should be released. All the 10,100 prisoners in Israel.
Sir, that makes sense, yes.
Yeah.
Please give it in writing as well.
Are there any oppositions on those? Seeing none, you can give it via writing. Delegate of France, amendment.
So in the clause 2b, it ends with withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and we'd like to add after the and must coincide with the disarmament of Hamas and other similar organization. Non-compliance by either party must result in consensual punishments.
Disarmament of the entire entity called Hamas.
When Israel withdraws, Hamas should also be disarmed. If not, they could attack Israel again and the conflict could go on.
Can the General Assembly ask Hamas to disarm? Would Hamas listen to the General Assembly?
I think that is what we intend by the phrase permanent end to hostilities on either side, in exchange for the release of all hostages in Gaza. Yes? Does that,
Yeah.
does
Comes to
that
the
make
same
sense?
thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Let's move on to Mozambique. Over to you.
So I'm the delegate of Republic of Mozambique, and I would like to add a terminology to clause B, second line. Exchange for the release of all other hostages still in Gaza and a full withdrawal. So instead of a full withdrawal, we can use a full and immediate withdrawal because it's a crucial situation where an immediate action is to be taken. So I would like to add a full and immediate withdrawal.
Delegate, the full and the immediate part has already been used in phase 1. So it will obviously be happen, the immediate one will obviously be happen in phase 1, and this is just the phase 2 afterwards, right? Fair.
Okay, thank you.
President, there it is the immediate full and complete ceasefire with the release of hostages. He is asking for complete, full and immediate withdrawal of forces from Gaza.
Okay, fine, fair. Any oppositions on the House? Seeing none, you can give it via writing to the Secretariat. Yeah, moving on, operative paragraph 2, clause C, subclause C, any amendments? Ukraine followed by Malta, followed by Sierra Leone, followed by Niger and Algeria. Ukraine.
I would like to add the statement after multi-year reconstruction plan for Gaza, with all the aids will be provided from the international community for the rebuilding. Rebuilding aid will be provided by the international community. I would like to add that statement along with that.
Okay, the aid for the reconstruction plan would be provided by the entire international community.
Rather than putting the burden on a single person, single party.
Okay, any oppositions? So that basically means that entire country sitting here are ready to give the aid for the reconstruction plan. So are there any oppositions?
Objection, not
Yeah,
opposition.
objections. Yes, Algeria.
What is the exact phrase you would like to add? Please write it down and give it to the Secretariat. Thank you.
So, the start of a major multi-year reconstruction plan for Gaza with direct funding and involvement from Israel. So that at least 30% or 40% of the aid should be given from Israel and the rest from the international community. Because what Israel has done in Gaza, justifying it saying they're attacking Hamas, is not actually what happened. They killed more than 50,000 civilians.
Objection noted, delegate.
Do we have objections to the statement? The delegate is stating that. Could you state it again?
Yeah, the aid should be taken from Israel, right?
All right.
50% of the aid should be taken from Israel.
30 to 50% of the aid should be given from Israel.
Israel has no objections to this?
So how could we give the 50% of the aids from Israel itself?
No, but Israel has no views on that.
Israel has resulted in the deaths of more than 50,000 civilians and has surpassed more than 2 million displaced civilians and more than 600,000 injured. And how can you still ask how is Israel responsible for this? Israel has to give at least some part of the aid.
It all begins from the Hamas itself. Hamas began this war itself.
Delegate.
Delegate, you have nothing to say. You said 50% of the reconstruction for Palestinian, the aid for the reconstruction of Palestine should come from Israel. Israel is saying, no, we are not going to do that.
On what basis? On what basis?
Because they are saying that it was initiated by Hamas.
Even if it was initiated by Hamas, Hamas is an independent organization which claims, I repeat, claims to represent the Palestinian people. What Israel has done is killed innocent Palestinian civilians, which are not directly involved with Hamas. So for that, not for Hamas's, for Israel's actions towards the Palestinian civilians, Israel has to have a direct involvement in the funding of humanitarian aid.
But I'm saying that all Israel, not Israel begins this war. It all begins from the Gaza itself.
Israel doesn't agree. Algeria insists that they should be paying 50% of the aid. Sir, how do we resolve this?
Israel can do whatever it wants. This is a request from the General Assembly, fine.
Yeah.
It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory.
All right. So,
thank you, Delegate.
the general consensus should be added to the...
No, as long as nobody has any objection, you can add it.
Are there any other objection? You don't have to voice your objection. People who agree that 50% of the Palestine reconstruction aid should come from Israel, please show your place cards. Since we don't have a majority, we'll have to withdraw the amendment. Moving on to the next
Delegate.
So you're taking a vote, in fact.
A small vote.
You're actually taking a vote on this subject. Yeah, it's okay.
Delegate of Malta.
Good evening, President. For the the second operative paragraph, phase 3, after the semicolon, might I add, I would like to imply that Palestine gets sustainable development goals also added. Because even though that they get humanitarian assistance, it won't last for long. So they should start giving long-term effects now by giving food security, ending proportions of poverty, and trying to implement gender equality as well. So,
Delegate, sorry to cut you short, but what is the exact verbatim add-on that you would like to make?
I would like to implement that the committee should also implement essential sustainable development goals for Palestine.
The reconstruction plan for Gaza.
Yeah.
Encourages to integrate SDG goals to reconstruction plan.
Yeah.
Are there any oppositions on the House? Yes, Ravanda.
Okay, move on.
Thank you, President, for allowing me to speak. As the delegate said, is there not the entire responsibility for Israel to take and promote entire needs to Palestine? Like Palestinians, in Israel also many civilians are affected by attack. So it is not possible to promote all the needs to Palestine.
I was not implying that Israel should be the one who implements these goals, and I wasn't implying that all goals should be implemented at the same time. I was implementing that essential sustainable development goals like food security should be sustained as soon as possible due to the devastating condition. And I was not implying that Israel do it. Like Algeria said, Israel should definitely pay an amount, but not so much that like every other country should not do it. I'm saying that all of us should have a part in providing aid for Palestine and also adding sustainable goals like food security.
All right, thank you, Delegate. The Delegate has requested to add sustainable development goals to the reconstruction plan of Gaza. I think that is acceptable.
Noted, Delegate. Next we have Sierra Leone.
Where are we? Which paragraph?
Operative paragraph 2, phrase 3.
I would like to add that the start of a major multi-year reconstruction plan for Gaza must only occur after it is under the control of a civilian government.
The amendment.
Yeah, the amendment.
Give me the exact verbatim.
The major multi-year reconstruction for Gaza must only be done after a civilian government is formed in Gaza.
Okay, recommends to start a major multi-year reconstruction plan for Gaza under the control of a civilian government. Under the control of a civilian government. Any oppositions on the floor? Any oppositions on the house? Seeing none, amendment noted, delegate. Moving on, are there any amendments on operative paragraph 3? Operative paragraph 3, Niger and India.
We, the delegate of Niger, would like to amend operative paragraph 2, phase 3, from the start of a major to urges the initiation of comprehensive.
Delegate, operative paragraph 3. The underlines that the proposal, that particular paragraph, do you have an amendment for that particular paragraph?
No.
No, thank you, delegate. Delegate of India.
In phase 3, detailed timeline of reconstruction is not given. It creates a misconvenience. Adding timeline would speed up the process.
Yeah, delegate. Delegate of India. Operative paragraph 3.
Underlines that the proposal says if the negotiations take longer than 6 weeks for phase 1, the ceasefire will still continue as long as negotiations continue, and welcomes the readiness of US, Egypt and Qatar to work to ensure negotiations keep going on until all the agreements are reached and phase 2 is able to begin. Do you have any amendments to this phrase, this agenda item? Agenda item 3 in the first page. The last one. Do you have any amendments? No. You don't. Please, thank you so much. Since there are no amendments to the third agenda item, let's move on to the next.
Are there any amendments on operative paragraph 4? The one that starts with stresses, Mozambique and Ukraine. Mozambique.
We understand that there are only 2 amendments to agenda item 4. Let's move on with that. Yes.
Yes, Mozambique.
So, in operating paragraph 4, stresses the importance of parties adhering to the terms of this proposal once agreed and calls upon. The term calls upon can be changed into invokes. As it's a state of urgency, we can change it into invokes. Invokes all member states and UN to support its implementation.
Can the GA invoke?
Evokes. E-V-O.
Invokes.
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 It's
I-N-V-O-K-E-S. I think.
Any oppositions in the house? Yes, Germany.
Instead of evokes, instead of invokes, I think it will be better to put urges. So, and urges upon all member states and the United Nations to support its implementation. So I think that will be a better word.
Germany suggests urges instead of invokes.
Is it in consensus, Mozambique?
No.
No, fine. Amendments noted, delegates.
Can you come to a consensus? Have they come to a consensus?
No.
They both don't agree. Can you both find a common ground between invokes and urges?
And I believe calls upon is the common ground there, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, calls upon is a common ground, right? They are right. Yes.
Let's keep it as it is. Yes. Thank you, delegates.
Yeah,
yes.
thank you, delegate.
Who was the other delegate?
Ukraine, yes.
Delegate of Ukraine, please requesting you to keep it short. Thank you.
I would like to add, along with the member states and United Nations, Hamas and other parties involved as well. As this is something that involves a lot of parties, so I want to add Hamas and other parties that are involved in it.
Sorry.
Okay, what it says the importance of all parties adhering to the terms of this proposal once agreed calls upon all member states. I want to add Hamas and other parties involved.
Delegate member states, UN and other entities, right? And other entities.
Yes.
Are there any oppositions in the house?
Seeing there are none, let's move on to the next.
Amendment noted, delegate.
Thank you, delegate of Ukraine.
Are there any amendments on operative paragraph 5? UK followed by Algeria, followed by Korea, Ukraine, and make sure it's visible. Sierra Leone. Yes, UK.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to, in operative paragraph 5, I would like to change or amend the word any actions and specify it to including forcible displacements, annexations or actions. I would like to specify so that it aligns the border principles of international law that protect the territorial integrity and human rights of the Palestine people.
You want to substitute that any with?
Any with?
Just the words. Any with?
Including forcible displacements, annexations or territorial integrity.
Yeah, rejects forcible displacement, annexations and territorial integrity.
Sorry, not territorial integrity, actions.
Yeah, territorial actions attempted the demographic or territorial change, right?
Yes.
Are there any oppositions? Are there any objections?
Seeing there are none, let's move on to the
Seeing
next.
none, please to write the verbatim via writing to the Secretariat. Algeria.
Sorry to interrupt, President. While you are making those amendments, make sure you write the entire amendment so that we know where exactly the change is made and underline the changes that you have made. Thank you. Over to you.
Yes, Algeria.
On operative paragraph 5, instead of rejects any attempt, rejects and condemns any attempt at demographical or territorial change in Gaza and the West Bank.
Include the word condemns.
Condemns and the West Bank, not just the Gaza Strip.
Okay, fine. Rejects and condemns any attempts or territorial change in the Gaza Strip as well as the West Bank. Any objections on the House? Seeing none, amendment noted, Delegate. Next we have the Republic of Korea.
I would like to add, he just added, I would like to add to it that Jerusalem to also be included.
West Bank, Gaza
and Jerusalem. Also. As we have a disparity between who should have the control over Jerusalem. Israel now has the de facto control, but UN resolution 2334 says that East Jerusalem is Palestinians' property.
Are there any objections on the House? Yes, Japan.
See, I believe that is a matter of discussion about Jerusalem. Okay, it is still not decided upon. So it wouldn't be right for us to add Jerusalem right now. But once discussions have been made and a conclusion has been made, we can add Jerusalem.
In consensus, Delegate? So basically Japan is proposing that you could add the word Jerusalem after a proper deliberation with other states. Proper deliberation with other member states.
Yes.
Yes.
But UN has already said that in resolution 2334 that East Jerusalem is Palestinian region. So isn't that consensus? UN has said it.
Yeah, fair, Delegate, but again UN can even propose for more more deliberation, right?
So you are saying one more resolution should be
not one more resolution, more deliberation, as Japan said. Okay. With all the member states involved in the particular. But fair. Sierra Leone.
I would like to add after the ceasefire, the border must be under the observation of UN peacekeeping forces.
Operative paragraph 5.
Operative paragraph 5.
5.
Yeah, the border which the territorial change must be looked after by the UN peacekeeping forces to prevent further misuse of the borders between Israel and
But
Gaza.
that is not within the range of the General Assembly. The Security Council will decide. Once you set the points, the actual mechanism of peacekeeping forces is not under the General Assembly. Okay?
Yeah,
you can recommend, but it is the Security Council who decides that. So if you have a mechanism, if you say, then the Security Council decide what mechanism it should be. General Assembly has no say in that.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Ukraine. Just the verbatim.
Okay, after all that, I would also like to add something, reduce the territory of Gaza as and how recognized by the United Nations.
Reduce the territory of Gaza.
That is, including any actions to reduce the territory of Gaza from what and how recognized by the United Nations.
Okay, from what recognized by the United Nations. Are there any oppositions on the House? Seeing none, amendment noted, delegate. Followed by that, are there any amendments in operative paragraph 6? Operative paragraph 6, Finland and Mozambique.
Can't see.
In operatory paragraph 6, in the second line, I would like to add sustainable peace, because we want the peace to sustain and not just last for some time. The word sustainable with peace.
Any objections to that?
Any
You would like
objections
to
on
add the
the
word
House?
sustainable before the word peace, right?
Yes.
Russia.
Russia has an objection to it?
Sustainable is not a fully defined word in UN as of now. So I am removing sustainable from it.
Delegate, is it in consensus?
I am against it.
Delegate, basically the delegate is proposing that
Please
you could
give
add the
a
word
mic
sustainable.
to Delegate of Pakistan.
Finland.
Delegate of Finland, basically delegate is suggesting that you could add the word sustainable once it is properly defined by the UN.
Okay.
Fair.
Yes.
Consensus.
Yes.
Thank you, delegates.
No changes, right? No changes. Who else? Who else?
Mozambique, right? Mozambique.
So I would like to make an amendment in the second line. Democratic states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace. I would like to change live side by side to coexist, as it's more suitable in this situation. Thank you.
Instead of side by side, it is?
Coexist.
Instead of live side by side, he would like to change it to coexist.
Are there any objections in the House?
Any objections to the
Seeing none, amendment noted, delegate.
Thank you, Delegate of Mozambique.
The last amendment for operative clause 6. Italy. Sorry, Belgium. Apologies, delegate.
I would like to change the sentence, like starting with consist with international law and cooperation and relevant UN solutions, as we are following international cooperation in addressing.
You would like to change it to?
International law and cooperation.
Law and cooperation.
Yeah.
Define cooperation.
Working side by side, right?
No, it comes before the relevant resolutions or after?
Basically consistent with international law and cooperation and relevant UN resolution, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but when you bring in cooperation there, you are, removing the stress on relevant UN resolutions. So.
Apologies, delegate, it's not relevant considering the clause.
Thank you.
International law and relevant resolutions are enough. You don't need to add anything.
Are there any amendments?
Finish.
You can request the delegates to submit any addendums that they have to the resolution in writing to the Secretariat.
Yeah, any addition amendments you could write it via writing to the Secretariat.
No, but on condition that the President will accept or reject. All these amendments will not be automatically put into the resolution. The President will exercise his. Okay. In other words, we are authorizing the President to accept or reject those amendments. Okay, so please conclude. No, voting is necessary. You can ask consensus or not. You can propose the adoption of this resolution by consensus, because it's all been amended and all questions have been included. So you can ask the House whether we can accept it, adopt it by consensus. But if anybody wants, ask for a vote, then we have to go to that. So first you try to get it as a consensus resolution.
So delegates of the General Assembly, is this resolution in consensus?
Can it be adopted as a consensus resolution?
Yeah, can it be adopted as a consensus resolution? Any objections on that? Objection.
Those who agree, those who, consensus,
Those
people
who-
can raise their...
Consensus cannot be voted upon.
Yes. Any objections?
How do you express your consensus, sir, then?
No, if nobody raises any objection to consensus, we accept it.
Okay.
But if there is an amendment, then you have to reopen the whole thing.
All right.
Sir, actually the resolution is not in consensus, seeing numerous delegates have objections.
Then you have to vote. So that question you are asking is, can this be adopted as a consensus resolution? And if hands are being raised, then instead of going to these things, then you just asked whether it could be voted upon. And then people can vote accordingly.
We need to skip over the
Yeah,
part
the debate
where...
is not possible.
No, debate is not possible, and right to reply is also, we are going to skip over it, and we'll move straight away to the voting. Please look into the script, and it's right there, yeah.
Delegates of the council will be moving on to the formal voting procedures.
Yes, no, abstentions.
Delegates, I will explain the voting procedures. You have three options. One is yes. If you support the resolution, if you support all clauses of the resolution, you can obviously vote an yes. If you does not support the resolution, you can vote no. And if you have a very neutral stance, or if you want to support and you really don't want to support, things like that, you can also cast a vote called abstention. So, sir, first we'll be voting yes, right?
Yeah, those in favor.
Those in favor of the resolution. Those in favor of the resolution.
Somebody has to make a quick count.
Raise your placard.
Is it overwhelming? You can just say.
It's overcrowded. Those against the resolution. Those who abstain. Resolution clearly passes.
Is adopted.
Yeah, resolution is adopted. The
By
resolution.
such and such votes. Say 20 in favor, so it's in negative.
How many? A roundabout number of votes.
Just a
you
count.
have it in the script.
Yeah.
Those who vote for, those who vote against, those who abstain. Just
Just give
say
a number.
Guesstimate.
Give
yes.
a number.
Yeah.
Because obviously the majority is in favor, right? Is it? I didn't see. The majority is in favor as you looked at it?
The results are as follows. Votes in favor of the resolution 150. Votes against the resolution 20. Those who abstain 10.
Good. Therefore?
Therefore, the resolution on international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine is adopted on account of the majority support. The General Assembly has concluded the debate on international cooperation addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting sustainable peace in Palestine. The meeting has now been adjourned.
So would you like to make any closing remarks before they leave? All right. Thank you, everyone. Please remain in your
It's
seats.
good that we voted on it, but don't forget that those who voted against it voted against some of the positive elements in the resolution. You see, your country will go down as not supporting a good resolution. So it's politically it is not the right thing to do, but then this is, we are practicing. So now this amendment could have been a consensus resolution, then you could make reservations. That would have been one way to do it. Now that we voted, be it. Okay? Thank you very much. It was an excellent discussion. Everyone participated. You took it seriously. And
Statements and the way you discussed the draft resolution. We will continue this in the Security Council tomorrow. I request you all to please be present for the session. We plan to start by 9. We request you all to be here at least by 8:30. The location for Security Council will be in the admin auditorium, which will be, in the administrative block, which you came to get your registrations. So they will direct you towards the hall tomorrow. So please make sure you are here by 8:30, and we hope you will bring your enthusiasm with you as strong as it is right now. Wishing you all a great night, good night, have a good night's sleep, rest.